Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, but prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody is doing well, and on this lovely July 3rd, you are ready for some good entertainment, and perhaps you will be witness to me finally having to retract a position, admit how incorrect I was, and, observe the utter annihilation I am receiving at the hands of Evo-Atheists, some of my favorites actually, who I usually just let do their thing. However, I just couldn't let this one go because there was just so many good points that, I felt I really needed to address, because I do make very strong statements, I make strong arguments, and I also run around claiming that the difference between confidence and arrogance is being able to back up your BS. So, if I can't back up my claim, then I guess I will need to just fade off into the night and, retreat, tail between the legs, and tell all the Evos how sorry I am for being wrong, for misleading people, and so on and so forth. Now, before we get into that, though, I want to say what's up to everybody in the chat already. There's the one and only Doki Doki Bible Club, both a member and a super sticker slinger. Appreciate you so much. Patrick Alexander's in the house. I think I saw somebody else in here. Let's see. Oh, there's Honesty Angel. We got Brother Timothy. Bible Research Tools. Dan is here. What's going on? Good to see y'all. Hurricane Havoc is here. The XO of the RO. What's going on, everybody? Oh, Carmine's here as well. How you everybody doing? Hope you're going to have some fun tomorrow with all the 4th of July extravaganzas. And hopefully this won't be a waste of everybody's time. Now, without further ado, let's get into this. So the other night, ladies and gentlemen, in an after show, different things were discussed. And as you guys know, I love to joke and talk about how Putting Brain in the Gang use my after shows as inspiration for their weather reports. And basically, if myself and a few others didn't do streams, that they wouldn't actually have any content because they don't have much original thought and are rather incapable of doing real investigations for themselves outside of the bubble they live in, which says everything about their pre-existing position must be true. Therefore, anything that stands against it must be false or a staggering misinterpretation by people like me, and so on and so forth. So anyway, they, without exception, that stream became, one about me and other folks. But since I gained, the title standing of this particular stream, I was like, well, maybe I should address it. Maybe go listen to it. Let me see what they talk about. And it did not disappoint, ladies and gentlemen. I joke that you can become a stand-up comic just by listening to Evo-Atheists on YouTube. And these guys did not let me down. I'm actually very, very glad that they did, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Okay. So without further ado, let's just click play and then I'll address some of the hilarity.
Great. Somewhere Johnny said, what did he say? Oh, fuck. I missed a whole lot on this fitness thing. I can't find it. So they're talking about 98% similarity. And then John says, there's 36 million freaking bases that are different between the chimp and the human. Well, that works out to 1.25%, I think. Right. So
I always figure out the denominator on those things.
Yeah,
you really how there's a larger number of nucleotides that are different between a rat and a mouse. Yeah, I don't see anyone complaining there.
Well, he claimed that the mouse was only 9% similar to humans. 9%. And
that's not true.
No. Well,
what percentage of aren't we like some high double digit percentage?
Okay, so everybody, you just heard the very adamant, that's not so, that's wrong, so on and so forth. Let's just go back a few seconds and let's listen to them again. I don't want anybody to miss it or anybody to think that I'm misinterpreting their statements. Okay, so let's play again.
Thanks.
Yeah,
you really how there's a larger number of nucleotides that are different between a rat and a mouse. Yeah, I don't see anyone complaining there.
Well, he claimed that the mouse was only 9% similar to humans. 9%. And
that's not true.
No. Well,
what percentage of aren't we like some high double digit percentage sharing? No, sharing it with like onions and shit like that too.
Yeah.
Wait, but he was saying it was.
Sorry, folks. I didn't realize I had that on 2x speed. Let me play that one more time. I'm ready to miss it. I don't want these guys to have any excuses to claim that I misrepresented them, even though, well, I'll play it again. Normal speed. Everybody let me know if you can hear it.
Boy, I bet it's going to be intelligent.
Somewhere Johnny said, what did he say? Oh, fuck. I missed a whole lot on this fitness thing, and I can't find it. So they're talking about 98% similarity, and then John says, there's 36 million freaking bases that are different between the chimp and the human. Well, that works out to 1.25%, I think.
Right.
So
I always figure out the denominator on those things.
Yeah, you really
how there's a larger number of nucleotides that are different between a rat and a mouse. Yeah, I don't see.
Okay, so quick insight as to why just the point they're making is stupid, because the context that I was making about the 36 million base pair differences is that it's still a gigantic sum, and you're looking at only the coding region and the waiting time problem. There's a variety of different issues that have there actually been enough generations to have accounted for 36 million base pair differences, which is something they want to dance around. But that was not the point that was being made. Okay. In this context, this was, and what you're about to hear from them, their little diatribe there has no relevance to the point that I was making about the 9%, which they're claiming that I am categorically wrong about. And let's continue. You'll hear them, double and triple down on this, and then we'll see who is correct and who's incorrect.
Anyone complaining there?
Well, he claimed that the mouse was only 9% similar to humans. 9%. And
that's not true.
No. Well,
what percentage of aren't we like some high double digit percentage sharing? No, sharing it with like onions and shit like that too.
Yeah. Wait, but he was saying it was only 9% similar to humans, the DNA.
Yeah,
That's wrong.
Yeah.
yeah, that's way wrong.
I thought for a second he thought 9% different. That kind of confused me.
Or yeah, 9% similar. He says we were 9% similar. So
it's like the same thing when they claim like, oh yeah, 80% of the proteins are different between different species, and you're only talking about like one amino acid change between different proteins.
Here we go. Similarity comparison is things like we're supposedly 84% similar to mice, for example. But that's if you're comparing the coding regions. If you look at the similarities in the genome overall, it's 9%. And I think that's even wrong because that just
okay, citation needed there.
Well, the thing is that we do look at the coding regions because it's the coding regions that make a difference. And that's what we're interested in, is the conserved regions. We're not interested in the fact that there are mice that have, some mice that have like 24 chromosomes.
Okay, so I don't think anybody will misinterpret what was stated there. I'm pretty sure they said categorically that I was wrong, didn't know what I was talking about, etc., etc. So, given the fact that they accuse folks like myself of, and they were actually talking about this both before and after this little clip I played, about how, don't go and do investigations, etc., etc. Well, I think that maybe there's a little bit of quid pro quo in that accusation that should be levied. And, let's see if I was correct or incorrect. So, where I'd gotten that information originally was from a book called The Deeper Genome on page 94 of it's written by John Parrington, PhD. He's a professor at Oxford University. And in his book, he says, traditionally, the approach used is to compare the complete sequences of the genomes of different species, nucleotide by nucleotide, when used to compare the protein coding portion of the genome. Humans are seen to be 99% similar to a chimpanzee, this quote number, and then 85% similar to a mouse. And confirming the link between all forms on the planet, even 50% similar to a banana. Oh my goodness gracious, I am just so wrong. And there, I have to apologize. I said 84%. It was 85%. So I guess they didn't call me out on that number, so I just don't have to apologize for that one. But out of the goodness of my heart, I'll just say, look, I was incorrect on that similarity by 1%. So I apologize for that little misstatement, even though you weren't questioning whether or not I was right or wrong on that. Let's go on to continue. But if the whole human genome is compared to that of the mouse, the similarity is far less, only around 5%. Oh my goodness gracious, I said 9%. It was less than that. It was only 5%. Oh my goodness, I was so wrong. I was so wrong. I was off by 4%. Oh wait, let's keep reading. And although a recent study comparing the genomes of different human individuals indicates a further amount of similarity that we all share, this only appears to be a further 4%. Oh my goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen, let's do some basic math. 5% plus 4% equals 9% in reference to what? Let's read it again. Let's read it again. But if the whole human genome is compared to that of the mouse, the similarity is far less, only around 5%. And although a recent study comparing the genomes of different human individuals indicates a further amount of similarity that we all share, this only appears to be a further 4%. My goodness, I don't know if I can possibly continue any further on YouTube. I have lost it. I don't have any significance of being on whatsoever because I cannot back up any of my claims. Oh my goodness gracious. 5 plus 4 equals 9. If I had a mic in my hand, I would drop it. Now, I do look forward to seeing how they claim that I am misrepresenting this, because it's not me misrepresenting anything. I am literally quoting from the non-creationist literature. In no way, shape, form, or fashion is this gentleman doing that, because he actually goes on. Actually, let me just read this. Okay, I didn't create slides for it, but let me just read a little bit further down about this in relation to We saw in chapter 4 how the discovery of what appears to be useless junk in the genome was used as evidence against the idea that a supernatural being designed life, including our own species. But if 80 or even 100% actually turns out to be important, this might be seen to undermine the case for natural selection and let intelligent design in through the back door. Or at least that seemed to be a concern of Grauer and his co-authors, given that the title of their article was Function in the Human Genome According to the Evolution-Free Gospel of ENCODE. And elsewhere, they said the only people who should be afraid of junk DNA are those claiming that natural processes are insufficient to explain life, and the evolutionary theory should be supplemented or supplanted by an intelligent designer. So yeah, anyway, the author is not a creationist. He's not an ID advocate. He's in favor of evolutionary biology. He's just pointing out the obvious of what must be addressed in the fact that there is something much deeper to the genome, which is ironic given the fact that you just heard Pudding Brain in the gang talking about the reason that we only focus on the coding regions is because that's what's important. Oh man. So ladies and gentlemen, I took that book. The entirety of that book is about how there's so much more important stuff other than just the coding regions. And oh wait, we're finding out there's all these regulatory functions, and oh wait, there's cell type specific regions that are active and inactive, and non-coding regions that are cell type specific in terms of their appearance to be active. But that is irrelevant to whether or not I was correct about the position. So again, I was off. It was 85%, not 84% similarity in the coding regions. But in the whole genome, which is the whole point, which obviously triggered Pudding Brain in the gang, I was absolutely correct. So before I'm thinking about opening this up to open mic, people want to hop in for a short while. We'll have some talk. But before I do that, I just want everybody to listen to it one more time and see if my entertainment at this was justified, unjustified, misinterpreted. You know, I'll let the
talk about. Okay. So now we got Praise coming in. Let's see what he has to say.
Praise.
Boy, I bet it's going to be intelligent.
Somewhere Johnny said, what did he say? Oh, fuck. I missed a whole lot on this fitness thing, and I can't find it. So they're talking about 98% similarity, and then John says, there's 36 million frickin' bases that are different between the chimp and the human. Well, yeah. That works out to 1.25%, I think.
Right.
So
yeah, always figure out the denominator on those things.
Yeah, you really
how there's a larger number of nucleotides that are different between a rat and a mouse. Yeah, I don't see anyone complaining there.
Well, he claimed that the mouse was only 9% similar to humans. 9%. And
that's not true.
No. Well,
what percentage of aren't we like some high double digit percentage sharing? No, sharing it with like onions and shit like that too.
Yeah.
Wait, but he was saying it was only 9% similar to humans, the DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah,
that's way wrong.
I thought for a second he thought 9% different. That kind of confused me.
Or 9% similar. He says we were 9% similar. So
it's like the same thing when they claim like, oh yeah, 80% of the proteins are different between different species, and you're only talking about like one amino acid change between different proteins.
Here we go. Similarity comparison is things like, we're supposedly 84% similar to mice, for example. But that's if you're comparing the coding regions. If you look at the similarities in the genome overall, it's 9%. And I think that's even wrong because that just...
Okay, citation needed there.
Well, the thing is that we do look at the coding.
I think I may have to read that one more time. I just don't want to let it go. But if the whole human genome is compared to that of the mouse, the similarity is far less, only around 5%. And although a recent study comparing the genomes of different human individuals indicates a further amount of similarity that we all share, this only appears to be a further 9%. So again, just so in case anybody's forgotten, 5 plus 4 equals 9. I am correct. Their incredulity is incorrect. And their questioning of me further indicates the fact that they just don't do much thinking before they open their mouths and always think that somehow, I guess maybe it's a little bit of projection. I think it's Evo-Atheist projection. I'd say more than half the time, but I'd say 50% is an accurate assessment. they don't even know what the heck their own talking points mean, nor have they gone and validated their own talking points. Therefore, their opponents must also do the same and must just regurgitate talking points and not have actually ever investigated it for themselves. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that is a very likely assumption. And, anyway, enough of all that. Folks, if we want to do a little open mic discussion, hop on in. Link is pinned. Let me stop sharing here. Hope you all enjoyed that little humorous review there. What's up, Jungle? How you doing? Welcome to stream, brother. How you doing? Jungle, if you're saying anything, you're on mute. Oh, Jungle must have stepped away there. But anyway, so Germania says, I would join, but I'd hate to embarrass LPP in its own home. Germania, one of these days, man, you'll just get in here. We'll have a throwdown and we'll see what's up. Christopher Silvas has joined us. Dan is here. What's up, Dan? Bubblegum Gun. Praise I am. Everybody's having a good time. Doki still super sticker slinging. Oh, the one and only George Bond. What's up, George? So up in the mountains, are you off at the lake? Are you gonna stay up there for a while and observe the end of the world from a safe place? Or are you just going up for a little bit of relaxation? Germania says, the sooner you realize I'm right, the sooner you'll be able to accept your fate. Well, I'm willing to take that risk, Germania. Jungle, have you made it back, or are you still stepped away?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, brother, how you doing? You still in Missouri? Did you go back to? Have you braved things back to Jersey yet?
No way, Jose. I'm in Missouri. I'm way back in the woods. Southern Missouri.
Nice. So, what did you think about the little humor that I decided to do tonight?
Which one?
Well, I'm just talking about calling out Pudding Brain and all them.
Oh yeah, I wasn't falling too much Pudding Brain, but that's always humorous. But I mean, try to be nice. Try to be nice to Pudding Brain. He's trying. But anyway,
Now you've had some new videos here recently. I've seen. Anything you want to tell people about that they should go check out?
Well, yeah, I got some videos on relativity, the Y chromosome, mitochondrial DNA, and let's see what else. One video I haven't made yet, but I'm thinking, maybe I should make a video that we don't claim the name of anybody other than Jesus. I mean, we have all these denominations which identify who we are, where we came from, and everything, and I understand that, but we're not baptized into the name of Lutheran or Methodist or Baptist or Coptic or Presbyterian. We're not baptized into that name. We're baptized in the name of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
No, that's a very good point. I actually agree with that 100%. When I moved back to the States from England, it was very weird for me. Like when people would ask me what I was, I would say I was a Christian. They're like, well, yeah. But like, what are you? Like, I'm a Christian. Like, yeah, I know. But like you're a Baptist, Methodist, Presbyterian, whatever. Like, well, I don't really identify necessarily with a specific denomination. I'm a Christian. And that was really weird for me when I first moved back.
Yeah.
Because I mean, obviously in England, there's like almost hardly anybody is even religious. And folks that do usually are, at least the ones in churches I went to, were just recognize ourselves as Christians, followers of Christ. And that was it,
Yeah,
And
because the discussion lately is with this teaching, that teaching, the Calvinists, the Arminians, and this one and that one and the other one. We're not any of that. We identify, we're baptized in the name of Jesus, and we identify with Jesus and His Word, which is true.
no, it's great. That's a great point. And I think that, there's so much, kind of alluding to your point, you're like, there's so much vitriol that's been going on. And, everybody is micromanaging and myopically analyzing the differences in opinion and doctrine that people have, rather than looking at the similarities and the things in line with each other. And to me, it's like, okay, you can have disagreements, but if it's not salvific, I think the personal attacks should be toned down and not turn this into a ongoing, just back and forth vitriolic attack sessions. It's getting kind of old, in my opinion.
Yeah, because they've been going back and forth for thousands of years now, and this teaching, that teaching, and the other teaching, and Lutheran and Calvinist, and but that's not our identity. Our identity is with the Word of God and with Jesus.
Well said. Well said. The thing has been kind of, I've been considering a lot lately is, we are very obviously on a 1,000-mile-an-hour train to where the rubber is going to meet the road, or the railroad in this point. And, faith will be called into question from a legal perspective, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely.
Will you have the
You
gumption?
got a real good point there. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just obvious that it's coming. I mean, it's already happening in England where I grew up. I mean, people are getting arrested left and right. It happened in Seattle. They arrested a preacher for reading his Bible. He wasn't even preaching. He was reading his Bible in a public place. And people around him claimed that they were offended by him reading a Bible. And he came and he was arrested by the police.
Yeah.
And it's like, in what? Like, okay, we've now crossed, like, the lines are being drawn. It's obvious the lines are being drawn. And, I think, obviously the left hasn't gotten as much pushback as they had hoped, at least initially, from like the Roe v. Wade being overturned. However, I think that is coming, and I think it's going to be coming very aggressively as we get closer to the midterms, because you have governors of a variety of states claiming that they're going to not abide by the Supreme Court ruling. There's multiple religious rulings that have come out that they've said they're not going to abide by. Whether it be abortion, religion, freedom of speech, Second Amendment. It's like, oh, it's coming, baby. It's coming. It's coming to the good old USA. And if it comes here, then it sure as heck is going to come around the world, and already has come around the world. So,
and it already happened in Canada already.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Canada is already a totalitarian state. I mean, it's obvious at this point.
Yeah.
So George had mentioned. So George had he'd done some investigation in response to the debate the other night, where they're talking about or using the supposed example of scales to feathers. It's kind of funny. So he went and like dug up the paper and read through it, and and it's hilarious. Throughout the entire paper, there's all of these contradictions to, like, well, we're hypothesizing this could happen. We haven't actually proved it, basically. We think that this might be able to happen.
Well,
however, if it did, all of these things would have had to have happened.
Right.
And what we were able to do wasn't actually the full thing. And even though we knew what the intended outcome was, we weren't actually able to pull it off. And it's like, so this goes back to the point I make all the time about how the Evo-Atheists on YouTube make these very categorical assertions, like, this is proven beyond all doubt and shows that your questions are just completely invalid, have been debunked by empirical evidence, and just shows that you don't know what's actually going on in modern research. And then you go and actually go down the rabbit hole, and it's like, oh, well, I mean, it looks like actually what you meant to say was they didn't actually pull it off. Or wait, you didn't actually go and read it yourself. Okay, that makes sense. And Hurricane's kind of making a point right now about Forrest Vacali, or how you pronounce his name. Him and that MD Aware guy have made some strong assertions about abiogenesis. And so I've gone and dug up some of the papers, recent papers, where they talk about self-replicating this, self-replicating that. And in one of, I think it was MD Aware's assertion, I went and read it, and they literally used polymerase from an E. coli to conduct the self-replication, the quote-unquote self-replication. I'm like, so from an abiogenesis perspective, if you used a polymerase, you did not do anything that would be prebiotic, dumbass. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but you took an E. coli, or a polymerase from an E. coli, and used it to replicate. Yeah, that's wrong. I'm sorry.
It just goes to show you that they have no way of getting written instruction that's not there, not by making mistakes, not by any means.
Yep. What's up, Dan? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Good to be here. How are you, John?
Man, I'm hanging in there. I couldn't resist getting a little bit of, jest and entertainment. I usually
that was fun.
I usually ignore putting Brain in the gang just because it's I'm not even gonna get into it. But I couldn't resist on this one. It was just too good.
I looked up those pages in that book and read several pages before and behind, and I don't think he's a fan of a creationist, but seems to be a pretty good book.
You're talking about John Parrington?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in no way, shape, form, or fashion is he in favor of ID or creationism. I mean, at all. And that's what cracks me up in the categoric rejection by the Evo-Atheists on YouTube, that there's no way that could be possibly true, because they're sitting there knowing that if it is true, it probably it eviscerates a lot of their dogmatic positions they've held for decades. And even if the authors of these books are trying to come up with creative ways as to how they can be explained from the evolutionary perspective, it doesn't change the fact that the evidence is showing that this is the case, and not the position we hear ad nauseum. And you guys just heard me repeat 3 times tonight of, that's the reason we only look at the coding regions and all that kind of stuff. Which irony of ironies. I don't know if you read that in more detail about that book, Dan, but the entire point of that book is diving into the known functions of the non-coding regions and why they're important. Which is what cracks me up. That's the whole point of the book. Yeah, he got a PhD from Oxford, wrote a book about all the things they're discovering about the portion of the genome that is not important. I mean, it's you can't make this stuff up, folks. It's too good.
Oh, I'm gonna read that book. I have it. I just hadn't read it. I got a few books like that.
Yeah, another one you should read is literally titled Junk DNA by, I believe, Dr. Nessa Carey, I believe is her name. Let me see.
I don't think I have that one. What's the last name, Carey?
Hang on, I'm going to pull it up in my library real quick. Let me see here.
Nessa?
Yeah, I know her first name is Nessa.
Yeah, I have that book. It's Junk DNA, A Journey Through the Dark Matter of the Genome. Let me see what I've saved about.
Yep, Nessa Carey. Nessa, last name Carey.
Evolution News did a report on that back in 2015, and that's why I ended up with the book.
Yeah, she's
who did that?
And for the atheists in the audience,
Casey Luskin. I'm sorry.
Did he do a review on it?
Casey Luskin did the review on back in 2015. So
yes, I didn't even know about that. I read the book last year.
I haven't read it yet either.
Oh no, it's a very good one. And she has another one that I read. Let's see if I can find it. I've got it somewhere. She has a second book that's really good, but that one, the Junk DNA one, and again, she's an evolutionist. But the entire her entire book was talking about why we need to stop using the term junk DNA, because it's not junk DNA. It has function, and we're identifying, function after function, and how mutations in this little piece right here that supposedly is junk causes XYZ disease, so on and so forth. And it's out there everywhere. What's up?
By the way,
go
Dan. Oh, I'm sorry. Dan Grau got back into the headlines on Evolution News and Science Report just recently. Apparently, some girl wrote something on it might have been a guy. I think it was a girl. It did a report about junk DNA, or about non-coding or non-junk DNA, you might say, and it set Grau off. And this time, though, he mentioned, you remember back in 2012 in Houston where he said, if ENCODE is true, evolution is false. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, he said something very similar, but this time I think he said, I don't remember exactly what he said, like if ENCODE is true, then that opens up the door for intelligent design or something. He mentioned intelligent design. I think that's what made E and S News and Science Report. Okay, whatever it is. But I was reading that just the other day, and it cracked me up. Grau's he's a hard nose. He don't want, he's a diehard.
Well, of course he is, and he knows that, unlike a lot of the wishy-washy types, he knows that if this is wrong, then my whole position implodes. Or sorry, if this stuff is true, then my entire position implodes, because anyway, we all know this. But they're
all waiting on that last nail in the coffin. They all know it's dead. Everybody I talked to, you can just tell. Back 5 or 6 years ago, they were just as confident as they could be and cussed you out every time you open your mouth. And now they're very polite and not all of them, but you can tell they're pretty scared.
Well, I think
that's their religion. That's their religion.
Well, that's true. Okay, real quick, guys, we got a new person to the stream. What's up, Gunner? How you doing? This is the first time on the channel, right? Gunner, if you're talking, you're on mute. Oh, you came off mute there. Oh, man, he dropped off. I think this is his first time in StreamYard, so he's probably figuring it out.
It takes a while.
Let's see, what is Germania saying? Oh, okay, Gunner's back. Let's see. There you go, Gunner. Can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had the YouTube still on in the background. It was messing with me.
Oh, no problem. Gotcha. Appreciate you taking care of that. That caused a crazy echo if you still got it running, so I appreciate you getting that. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. How you doing? What's on your mind?
Hey, honestly, man, like I was saying in the chat earlier, I'm kind of new to all this stuff. I listen to you and SFT, read the comments, see Doki, and honestly, I'm just learning. So I appreciate you guys, and thanks for having me on.
Are you a trucker guy?
Yeah.
I had a good friend. I'm an old geezer now. He died a while back, but he drove for many years all over the South, delivering those little trailers that you see out in front of like Lowe's.
Oh, sure, yeah.
He delivered those from a company up in Georgia, and that was his job. So he came down to Florida a few times. I got to see him. I hadn't seen him in a long time. He died last year, I believe, but we're both old geezers.
Well, that's too bad. Yeah, I've been driving since 2006, but yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm just here to learn. So I'm more of a listener at this point. But
one more question about your business. You guys having it pretty rough with the high gas and all the craziness?
I guess technically I'm an instructor now. I'm a CDL instructor, so okay. I teach students. So for me personally, it's not too big of a deal. The company has to eat that cost, but it is going, which of course they're raising the prices and everything like that. It's it's insane. So there's
Okay, so I'm curious about this too. So have you been following the whole diesel engine oil shortage problem?
There's a shortage on just about everything. To answer your question specifically, no, on the actual specific diesel engine oil. But I mean, we've got trucks that are broke down. You know, I'm in a large school. We have, in my one facility, we've probably got over 25 trucks. And I mean, there's some that are broke down that have been broke down for 6 months, you know, with the chip shortage. And I mean, it's crazy. So I don't know how some smaller companies are making it, or even if they are at this point. I mean, it's a real nightmare out there.
Well, I've seen the reason I ask, I've seen a lot of reports on that. I agree. I mean, your point about the broken down trucks and the part shortage and everything. I mean, I'm worried about it for trucks and for farm equipment. I've been seeing some pretty crazy reports about farmers not, like, they're going out and buying old tractors because they can't get parts for their new ones and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Illinois. So you're 100% right. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but you know, sometimes when I get on, well, even when I get on YouTube, you know, or God forbid I get on Twitter, maybe it is time for a flood. You know, that's kind of what I'm thinking sometimes, but it's a nightmare out there.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Can you explain to the audience, because the vast majority of I've talked about this too, have no clue what the heck I'm talking about. Can you please explain what the heck DEF is, and how, if you don't have it, what the impact is on the engine, on newer diesel engines?
I mean, I can, but I'm no mechanic. But I can say this. So and I kind of tell my students, because most of them don't understand what it is either. So back in the day, the semi trucks used to puff all the black smoke. Of course, they don't do that so much now. Now there's a filter in the exhaust pipe. It's called a DPF, a diesel particulate filter. So what that does is, when your truck puffs out the black smoke, the filter catches it. Once the filter gets filled, essentially, or gets full, the DEF fluid, which is the
Do we lose Gunner, or is my connection out?
Did anybody see the jet truck that kind of blew up?
No, I didn't see anything blow up. What is it?
There was a jet truck at an air show. It kind of blew up, and the axles and the wheels went every direction, and kind of like.
No, I didn't see that. But yeah, the DEF. If you don't, they call it a regen. That's what it is. You have to regen your vehicle. If you don't do that, it'll go into derate. So let's say if you've got an 18-wheeler, and your truck goes into derate, it won't let you go over, like, say, 3 miles an hour. You just lose all your power and you can't do anything, which is why a lot of people like the older equipment, like you were talking about, the farmers buying the old stuff, because then they don't have to deal with all that. It's just, you know, fill it up with diesel and go. But now there's all this new.
So for the audience, what you really need to be taking away from this is the last point that Gunnar just made. If you don't have DEF, you can't go more than like 3 to 5 miles an hour. So if that happens, if we run out of it, that means all the trucks that bring gas to your freaking gas station and food to your grocery stores and whatever, you know, Amazon packages to the warehouses to be distributed, those trucks don't go anywhere, because what the hell are they going to do? Spend 5 days to go drive across the state at 3 miles an hour? Obviously not. There's no way they would do that. And so we're like on a beeline right now for a like a perfect storm. We have diesel shortage coming into play. We have DEF shortages happening everywhere. And now the most recent thing that we're heading towards is diesel engine oil. So the oil made specifically for diesel engines is they stopped manufacturing of it and are not projecting to have it back under production until sometime, quote, sometime in 2023. Wow. So let's think about that, ladies and gentlemen. If, as Gunnar was just pointing out, they've got trucks that are broken down, 20 plus trucks at their school. Right? They can't get the parts. They're trying, all these different things, right? So imagine what the logistics companies are going to do, the trucking companies are going to do. Like if you can't change the oil in your 100K plus truck, there's no way in hell you're going to go drive. Like that's not going to happen. That one's going to be off the road. And, just extrapolate that out. It does not take it's not a very long period of time before you have the vast majority of trucks not being able to drive. Therefore, you have no, the supply chain networks just completely, it's not that they break down. They just stop. Like if we don't have trucks, we don't have trains, we're toast. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no way around this. And so anyway, I say all this not to be like scare people and freak people out, but like we're heading to this on this trajectory. It's been announced that we're going this way. And there's like major distributors of diesel engine oil who have like literally come out and put on their websites like, we are not expecting to have any more in stock until 2023. So that's a big freaking deal.
Yeah, and I mean, if I can think of one truck in particular, now again, I'm at a fairly large school, so we've got more than a couple trucks, but let's just say you're a small company. We've had one truck in the shop, and when it broke down, the mechanic told us, hey, I can't get this part. It's a nationwide back order. It's not, there's nothing we can do. And they've had that truck for 6 months. So, I mean, imagine if that was your livelihood, that's your only truck. I mean, you're done. You're bankrupt. It's over.
Oh, absolutely. And I was reading some stuff the other day that there's, it was something like, I think it was the most recent projection was that there had been like 2,000 small, like owner operators or small, couple truck shops that were shutting down per week. And there's another major issue that might be getting ready to hit us next week. Because in California, the geniuses out there are going to have their limits on contractor work go into effect. And it's like something ridiculous, like 70,000 truck drivers will no longer allowed to drive in California.
Oh, yeah. And they're not going to be able to go to the ports and stuff like that, right? It's something along those lines.
No, that's another regulation. No, this is their whole it was supposed to only affect gig workers, supposedly. And they were trying, it was to make, try and force the Ubers and whatnot of the world to
right
as employees. But they put all these crazy limitations into how many contracts you could have per year. And
what?
Yeah, oh yeah. And I forget what the number is, but it's not very many. So basically all of the owner operators will basically, not all, but a gigantic percentage of the owner operators will be kiboshed in California if they will not legally be allowed to accept new contracts or new load. What's the term in trade? Is it loads or
load? Yeah. I mean,
but for an owner operator, each one of those is a contract, right? Ultimately, and
yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah, you pick and choose it, sure. And
so I'm just like, what kind of a genius came up with that one? And it even went to court, right? And the Supreme Court, and this is the reason it's crazy, is the Supreme Court of California just ruled in favor of it. So it's going to go into effect. It's like, so we're in massive economic chaos. Like it's the freaking end of civilization if this happens. And the Supreme Court of California ruled that, no, this is legal and it can move forward.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, I don't understand what they're doing out there. When I was a young Marine, I was out in California, and I swore I'd never go back. And it's been, I think, 20 years, and I've never been back. It's insane out there.
It used to be nice. I was there 3 times in the Navy, and I just loved it. But now it's a crazy place. Of course, that was a long time ago. That was like 50 years ago.
I think California has been on the decline ever since Reagan left office.
Or maybe Pete Wilson.
And I mean as governor of
Yeah.
California, not president of the United States. I'm talking about governor. Ever since he left, it's been on a like my mom was born in California. I mean, she's told me all sorts of stories about how amazing California was back in the day, you know, and it was, I mean, heck, it used to be a very conservative state. The economy was amazing. There was so much opportunity. I mean, it really was the land of opportunity out there.
It was beautiful.
And now it's like, hey, geniuses, I know you guys are enjoying your power, but all of the biggest companies, the biggest companies in your state are bailing left and right. It's not even, and they're telling you. What gets me is they're telling Sacramento why they're leaving. And it's like, because you guys are nuts. Regulations and taxes are out the wazoo, and you're instituting new laws that make it so we can't even operate. So why the hell would I stay here if you're making it so I can't even do business? It's not even about like reducing my profitability. In some cases, it's I literally can't do business anymore.
Well, let me tell you something really funny. Actually, it's good news from California, at least for us. Governor Newsom is advertising in Florida for people to come and live in California. Anybody stupid enough to do that, we don't want them in Florida.
Well, what's cracking me up about that is, I mean, Newsom might be the dumbest. He may be dumber than Kamala Harris. I mean, really.
Ooh.
He might be. And I mean, some of the things, if you ever watch his press conferences and stuff.
All right. Okay. That's fair. I guess I haven't, but I have seen hers.
I mean, that's what I'm using her as a benchmark of stupidity. I mean,
okay.
She's up there. I mean, she might be one of the dumbest politicians of all time. I mean, it's bad. But although I would have to say that, oh man, what's her face? Oh man, who's the woman who's always calling for violence? She's the representative of California.
Maxine Waters.
Maxine Waters, yes. I mean, that woman.
Oh, Mad Max, yeah.
That woman is off. She's in a whole nother level. But
I saw it, John, about 40 years ago or something. It was a long time. I don't know exactly how long. I was watching a TV show and Mad Max was on with, there was some young guy on there at like a panel. And she was talking about racism and how everybody's a racist but her. And that got called out. He said, "You're the racist." And she just was flabbergasted. She couldn't open her mouth. Of course, she could now, but that's the first time she ever heard anybody talk back to her, I think. I really enjoyed that show.
That woman has been in Congress since 1991. I mean, so 31 years? Good Lord.
Okay, then about 30 years ago, I saw that.
Man, we seriously need term limits for Congress. It is just.
I agree.
We need term limits, and we need, I think, like reaffirmations for Supreme Court justices. Like after, like, I don't know, 12 years or something, and then they have to be like reaffirmed by the Senate or something. There needs to be some additional thing, because just having this completely, I mean, oh, they could be impeached. Yeah, okay, yeah, because that happens.
Right. Right.
I mean, yeah, that's not even really a plausible or true counterbalance to.
There is a solution from Congress, but Congress don't want to do it. Congress don't want that responsibility. They can set the jurisdictions of the courts, the federal courts,
right?
And they can actually say you don't have any jurisdiction over this bill, and that's it. Court can't rule on it, but they don't do it.
Interesting.
In fact, no Congress has ever really done that. They've all they think if anything go wrong, maybe they can blame it on the courts, or I don't know what the reason is, but they don't do it.
Well, I can't get over the fact that the woman who's replacing Breyer, I mean, literally, not figuratively, literally said she doesn't know what a woman is. In her
confirmation. Oh Lord, yes, Ketanji Brown, or whatever.
It's hard to tell these days.
I mean, it's not, but I know what you mean. Yeah, Lord.
I'm
Lord
sorry.
help us.
If you ask the biological question, what is a biological woman, and then you cannot answer that question, and you say you can't tell. I mean, how? Okay, if you can't answer that question, how then can you possibly be expected to to execute good jurisprudence and interpretation of the Constitution and application of law if you can't even tell us what a biological woman is? And not like, oh, I said something, I got the definition wrong. It's I can't answer the question because I don't understand what it would actually
Right.
entail. Like if that's your response, you are not qualified by default, in my mind, to be a judge, whether or not it's on the lowest court or the highest court, any court, like at all. You should be, the bar should disbar you. I mean, whoa, we're in trouble, folks. We are seriously in trouble.
We really are.
It's
The only good thing is, in my opinion, on that note, is we've got Kavanaugh and oh Lord, what's the lady that?
we got Kavanaugh, Barrett, and Gorsuch.
Yeah, Barrett. Yes.
And then Clarence Thomas is good.
Yeah, of course, Clarence he's always been the man.
Alito usually. And then, I mean, well, I don't understand why anybody still acts like Roberts is anything other than leftist.
Yep.
I mean,
I agree.
Whether or not he's owned via blackmail and whatnot, just votes leftist, or actually is one, is irrelevant to me, because he almost always leans that way. When in the moment of truth, when it's a big deal, he goes. And I don't know.
Yeah,
my wife and I believe he's being blackmailed.
I mean, I do too. I think but if he was being blackmailed, he should resign. And
yeah, you would think.
Maybe that's part of the blackmail. Don't resign. Just
a big portion of he is documented to have been hanging out with Epstein.
Back in the
early 90s. So there's no telling what they got on him. I've never understood
the
that.
Bushes have never been very bright in picking judges, although we did get Clarence Thomas. But look at that other clown we got, David Souter. Oh, wow. That was John Sununu's choice. So that wasn't a very good choice either. And of course, we got the woman, what was her name? I can't remember now. And she was like a moderate. Would seem like all the really big cases she voted for the other side. I can't remember her name now.
The new one?
No, the one before that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember her name now.
You're talking about the lady before Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the female judge before Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
The one that was, I think George H.W. chose her, or might have been even Reagan. Sandra Day O'Connor, is that it?
Yes. Yeah.
She was a pretty scary judge because you never knew how she was going to vote.
Let's see.
But that's the thing. I mean, I guess we actually know how Roberts is going to vote for the most part.
He's sort of like an O'Connor. Sometimes he votes conservatives, and I think he's allowed so many conservative votes a year or something. He doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I think that what we're observing is just greater evidence in favor of my position, which is evolution enables the destruction of objective truth, and therefore it ultimately results in people being easily manipulated because there is no absolute standing that there can be for or against something. There is no line of demarcation, and it enables brainwashing in schools because it's everything shades of gray. The nudge principle has been executed well, and it's all the way to the point of, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the other day the National Archives, whatever it is, just labeled the U.S. Constitution as having harmful language.
What? No, come on now.
Yep. Yeah, the Constitution is now racist or whatever. It's like, okay, well, if that's where we're going with this one. All right. these academics need to just sidebar. So it was so funny the other day. I was reading this article written by some economist, right, who was telling us that we have nothing to fear about in relation to like food shortage and all this other kind of stuff. That's going to happen to everywhere else in the world except here.
Oh yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, hang on. So we're having massive droughts across the western portion of the United States. Everybody's talking about how the yields are going to be way lower than normal. We're having all that as well as other like storm issues in the Midwest. Everybody's talking about how we're going to have lower yields than usual. This is basically across the world. And oh wait, we had much lower yields in 2021 as well. So somehow what they're freely stating is going to happen to the rest of the world is somehow magically not going to happen to us. I'm just like, dude, you live in a little freaking bubble, ivory tower in Massachusetts or whatever, where your university was.
Yeah, I think they live in Twitter or something. I don't really understand their logic behind it. It doesn't make any sense. It's like you just said. I mean, it's nonsense. It's complete nonsense.
Oh, and on top of all this, did you guys see the Biden administration pushing to shut down the largest oil field in the United States? It produces about 40% of all the freaking oil for the entire United States, or this produced in the United States. He wants to shut it down.
Permian Basin.
Yeah, I'm like, so we're at all-time fuel cost price like highs. We have shortages like rapidly grow, like the diesel supply is shrinking. The national strategic oil reserves or SPRs, whatever it is down to 25 days. We have ladies and gentlemen, we have 25 days of strategic petroleum reserves currently. So
that's not good.
Heck no.
Did you hear Biden say, if you buy an electric car, you can drive all the way across America in one tank of gas?
Oh, Lord.
I am serious. He said that.
Oh man, we live in a Twilight Zone episode. I'm telling you,
we really do.
Right.
2020, we walked through like a giant wormhole came across our solar system, swallowed the United States, swallowed the whole planet, and we are now in an alternate universe. You know, I guess the many worlds hypothesis is actually true, and we are in alternate reality because this stuff, like up is down, left is right. You know, having less of something means you're better off. I mean, it's like, you can't.
Any of you guys watch Bongino?
Dan, a little bit, yeah.
He has a label for these people that run government. It's stupid smart people. He said smart people are smart enough not to do these crazy things. Dumb people know they're dumb, but these people think are smart, but they're stupid. Well, I was thinking, funny thing, was something Thomas Sowell said. He said, the road to hell is paved with Ivy League degrees. Well, ironically, I was watching an interview, Eric McTaxis, with a guy on Socrates in the City. I can't remember his name, but he's a famous author, and he worked with the New Yorker, and I think he originally started out with American Spectator. But anyway, he and I was surprised. I thought he'd be a big lib. He's very conservative and Christian. But anyway, some guy asked him a question during the question and answer. A young guy said, you have any recommendations on where to go to school? And he said, yes, read the chapter in my book on don't go to Ivy League schools.
Hey. You know what's crazy? You were talking about the alternate universe and that. I heard it before with this Large Hadron Collider, and I know it's completely insane, but I mean, hey, maybe they did open up some parallel universe because it's nuts now, and now they're going to be shooting these God particles. Did you guys hear about this? The Large Hadron Collider they're gonna shoot two God particles at each other.
I didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise me. Well, I mean, here's the thing. So you go look this up. CERN is built on like their headquarters. Not, I mean, obviously the actual collider is huge, gigantic, but
Right.
their headquarters and what it's built around and whatnot is literally the remains of a temple to Apollyon. And they also have, I forget the name of I think it's Hindu god that has all the arms.
Oh, I don't know.
Whatever the name of
Vishnu, that's the only one I know of.
I forget, but you know the one I'm talking about. It has all the crazy arms.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They also have a gigantic statue of that one out front. And then their logo, if you actually look at it, is like interconnected 666s.
Is that Medusa, John?
No. Medusa's the one with all the.
Oh, Medusa has all the snakes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, snakes coming out of the head. But they've talked about how one of their stated objectives is to rip a hole in the fabric of reality and be able to like see if there's additional like beings in other dimensions, right? So
yeah, I mean, if that's not evil, I don't know what is.
Well, I'd say they're too late. I think it's already been ripped.
But here's the thing, to the point we're talking about, right, in terms of, what the heck's going on. Well, there is a portion in Revelation, right, where the keys are handed down, right, and they open up the pit, and then like all these Apollyon and all these folks come out, and his.
I think the angel's name is Apollyon, isn't it?
And I think Apollyon's the one that's bound, right?
Oh, is that right? Let me check.
I think so.
I got a quick look up here.
But my point is that you've got an attempt going on by a bunch of humans to rip a hole in reality. And their headquarters is built on top of the remains of a temple to Apollyon. So are they trying to, quote unquote, have the keys that open up the hole to allow all these guys to come out? Like, I mean,
I really do think that. I really do.
John, I have that verse if you want to hear it.
Okay.
It says, and that, well, anyway, it talks about the bottomless pit and says they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. So he is an angel, but I don't know what kind of angel. It could be one of Satan's angels. I really don't know. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to understand, but it's like whatever comes out of there is, I guess, like, and the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there rose smoke out of the pit as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but they should be tormented for 5 months. I mean, it's like, okay, that does not sound very, very nice. And I'm not saying it's happening right this second, but it seems to me like there's so many things being lined up to make the different portions of Revelation be totally realistically executable. Like you guys have heard my diatribes about, I think that we're between the red and the black horseman, right? Like the red horseman's been riding for the past 100 years, if not longer. And right now we are lined up for starvation and death by sickness and all. Like it's here. Like it's not even being hidden. Like if you go and like Google it, the UN, all these different organizations are like, oh yeah, we're expecting massive amounts of starvation to happen when the food shortages. Well, they're already here, but like when they really hit in a couple months from now, there's going to be starvation around the world. Like it's like, what? Okay, so you guys are saying it out loud. It's going to happen, and here in the States, we're being told like it's totally fine, nothing to worry about whatsoever. No craziness is going to happen. It'll be bad for a few people. It's not going to be able to flip the script, and it's like, oh yeah, there's going to be millions of people that die.
In the meantime, we're going to stop you drilling for oil or pulling out oil out of the Permian Basin just to be nice guys.
Oh man, Germania has finally, his chode has finally emerged.
It'll be worse for people in cities, in metropolitan areas. It'll be really bad.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up,
tonight?
Germania? What's up?
God
How you doing, man?
bless.
Glad you joined us. What's going on, man? Could you just not handle this conversation anymore? Did you have to jump in, or what's up, man?
I'll be honest, I checked out the last 10 minutes and I was about to make myself a snack. And then I decided, nah, I'll join LPP stream for just a few minutes, just to see what was being said. And, you know, if I need to speak on behalf of the Pudding Gang, since I am the leader of the Pudding Gang.
Well, and Gur, I did see you were in the live chat of the stream that I was analyzing earlier. So you know that there is much more to their trash talking than what I played.
Yes. And there usually is, yeah.
Oh, of course. But is it reasonable to say that I didn't even showcase the total level of the dogmatic claims that they made and how they dogmatically claimed that I was wrong? Would you agree with that?
I didn't see enough of it, but I did see that they were saying 84%. And you had said 85 or vice versa, and it was only off by 1% of your stream earlier. Like your math was off by like 1% or something crazy like that, and they criticized you for being off by 1%.
No. So they didn't even know about the 85%. I actually admitted that I was wrong by the 1%. What they were claiming I was just categorically wrong on was the 9%. When you looked at the total genome. It was only 9% similar, and that's when they went on there, like, started laughing. That's just wrong. Citation, please.
That surprised me.
Of course, John Peterson, in his usual, that guy's such an idiot self. Yeah, I mean, all of them were just blah, 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 I'm wrong, and it's like, well, and for folks who have just joined us, if anybody's missed this, I just want to, and since Gurmani is here, I want to get Gur's actual response. So let's read here. Traditionally, the approach used is to compare the complete sequences of the genomes of different species, nucleotide by nucleotide. When used to compare the protein coding portion of the genome, humans are seen to be 99% similar to chimpanzee, 85% similar to a mouse, and confirming the link between all life forms on the planet, even 50% similar to a banana. Okay, and then, but if the whole, this is the point I made, that's the coding regions, which Gur can confirm to me, is it correct or incorrect that Pudding Brain and the gang were saying that was the only portion that mattered anyway?
I think I do remember them saying that, yes.
Okay. Let's continue on. But if the whole human genome is compared to that of the mouse, the similarity is what, ladies and gentlemen? What is it? Oh, it is far less, only around 5%. And although a recent study comparing the genomes of different human individuals indicates a further amount of similarity that we all share, this only appears to be a further 4%. So, Germania, as an atheist, can you confirm or deny that 5 + 4 = 9?
I can confirm, even though I'm terrible at math.
So would it be correct for me to have made the assertion that there was only 9% similarity between human and mouse genome when you look at the entirety of the genome, not just the coding regions? Would you say that's an accurate conclusion?
As leader of the Pudding Gang, yes, that is accurate.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you.
And they were criticizing you because of a 9% difference, or
no, they claimed that I was categorically wrong, that saying it was only 9% similar, that I was just out to lunch. That was completely
totally out false. To lunch.
I mean, it's so I don't know what to tell you. So I think I have vindicated myself.
Pudding and the gang, that should be like a show of sort, right? Pudding
sounds like Scooby-Doo, doesn't it? Yeah. Pudding in the gang.
And I've been
in the brain
for the past several months, because Mike was so generous. He helped support my crowdfunding campaign to help the homeless lady.
Yes.
I gave him more than I said. I was going to be neutral for a month. I was going to call him Pudding Brain. I was going to do any of that kind of stuff. It's been several months now. So I think I went above and beyond what I had originally stated I was going to do. And then he comes in. I'm back to being, quote, Mad Ox. And,
those titles trip me out. Mad Ox, full of rocks and blocks. I'm like, oh my God. Just to me, it's just a meme at this point. A very ironic meme for them to keep rhyming your name with everything in the book. I even left a comment in the very stream that you reviewed tonight. I left a comment. I think it was like, I don't know, a couple hours ago. I left a comment that said, Maddox full of rocks and socks or some crap like that, just because it how many names they give you gets to be comical, but not in a good way. Like in a way where it's like, can y'all do anything original? Like for me, my name for you was Dodge Maddox. I think that's more appropriate.
What? Okay, where do you come from that one?
Well, I did a whole stream about it.
Well, I know you did a whole stream about that, but your stream was ridiculous because
That was pretty good. It was pretty on point.
I mean,
have to say.
I don't really dodge, so I'm not
LPP,
really sure.
you have a crush, I guess. Wow, congratulations. Yeah.
I have a crush. What are you talking about?
Hey, sure.
He gives you special
Hey,
names
gents, I'm
like
gonna
that.
sign
That means
off here.
you're making
I
a
appreciate
difference.
you guys.
Well,
That's
oh, you taking off, Gunner? Great talking to you, man. Come on anytime.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Gonna run away scared because he's so
You're
mean.
number one fan. Dang. Good job.
Yeah. If you're talking about me, the title would really go, or the award should really go to Pudding, because he has a stream on LPP like every other day.
Well, and the thing is, they're so obsessed with me that sometimes they will put my name in the title and then purposely not talk about me.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if
Which
you were
cracks-
in on that, but yes.
Oh, dude, that
is
cracks
true.
me up. That cracks me up. To no end.
Damn. You are the man, you're G-Man's replacement. You've completely taken the entire market away from G-Man. Congratulations, LPP.
No,
Olive and Sparrow, give him a hand. I mean, my goodness. Jungle Jargon knows exactly what I'm talking about. Just ask him.
Oh, G-Man is cool. G-Man is cool. We got to invite him over here more often.
He is cool, but I think LPP's taking the market, is what I'm saying. And so G-Man is going to have to pick up the pace and actually get with the program. Because obviously, company's going in a different direction, so that's good for you. I mean, just look at the fan you have here. They've already made special names about you. They're going to make shirts next.
That would not surprise me.
Well, here's the thing. There's actually been a variety of people who have wanted to make up special names about me. I've got quite a few over the past 2 years. There's been quite a few atheists on YouTube who have gone through phases of obsession with me, and it's kind of entertaining. I get a good chuckle out of it, to be honest. I mean, some of them, it's just like, okay, guys, you're embarrassing yourselves at this point because the ongoing streams you do about me just continues to like further prove my points.
Well, what's funny is one day I did ask Speed. I was like, Speed, you've done so many streams with LPP in the title in some way, shape, or fashion, but then the stream has nothing to do with anything that he said, anything about him in particular. It's always about something else. And he was like, yeah, that's part of the joke. I was like, okay, well, I'll make sure I don't slip up and tell that to LPP. But now that you have caught on to the game, I'm like, well, I shouldn't get in trouble for telling you. I'm just
I've known about this since I started doing it, because they're initially, when they were doing streams, I would go and check out, be like ready to respond, right? And then they would never say anything about me, and I'm like, and they would start off and be like, Maddox did blah 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 blah, right? And then they would never address it. Or if they did, it would be like
2
at
seconds
at the very end for like 30 seconds. And I'm like, so did you guys not have the balls to actually address it? Like, whatever.
That's the point. They never address anything. They just say, slander, all that stuff. They never address anything.
I mean, here's what I gotta say. I've said this to atheists a bazillion times at this point. Just because we don't reach the same conclusion doesn't mean that we're not addressing the same problem or are not looking at the same information and coming to different conclusions. That happens all the time in everything about life. Right? Like, there's opinions about everything, there's conclusions about everything, and they're like, oh, it's all about empirical, blah blah blah. And it's like, we're all about empiricism. Or as one guy whose name is Rational Empiricist, supposedly. But wait, isn't he the guy that demanded a citation? Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. Well, again, Andrew, citation. Yeah, there it is. There you go. And 5 + 4 = 9. Okay. But I don't know. It's just like, guys, we can agree to disagree, but it doesn't have to be this every single time. Take a position that oh, must be wrong by default, must not have actually investigated it for himself, and moreover is not actually understanding the points that are being made. And it's like, I keep showcasing to you guys things you claim don't exist, and every time I read from the literature that's talking about them, you claim that I don't understand. I'm the one that doesn't understand it. Like that. I think it's projection. There is projection, I think, afoot.
Now that you mention him, I wonder where Andrew is right now, because he usually joins your stuff, doesn't he?
He usually does. Has anybody checked to see if he's in the side chat? Let's see.
I haven't seen him.
No, the side chat is busy talking about Revelation and possible apocalyptic instances, and also teleportation devices, and CERN seems to be the biggest concern right now going on in the Christian community. It's while you guys talk about your favorite color and sprinkles on your pancakes. My goodness, gentlemen.
Hang on, what?
What? Yeah, I'm kind of lost. What?
Look at your chat.
Okay, what about
So we're talking about rainbows and butterflies, and the side chat is talking about something like more.
Man, what happened to the good old days when you had, what was that atheist on here, and he would just turn into a weirdo and start standing? Like, do you have any atheists that have a claim on here, man? We're looking for some competition out there. My goodness, LPP, you're a training ground now for all these atheists to come in. They come in like on the ships, and you're the docking pass, the gatekeeper for them.
Well, I don't think many of them make it on the boat. I mean,
I know, I'm waiting for them. I got all these tables and chairs waiting, and no one has showed up. I don't know where these atheists are. I have napkins and everything.
So I have been feeling a little bit down lately, because even though I invite the Evos to come on, they just don't come. It's very sad. I mean, Germania, I've been begging Germania for like months now, and he finally shows up. So I appreciate you, Ger. But I mean, most time atheists won't even come anymore. They won't engage in conversation, in overall debate. It's just, I mean, I think what's happening is that this whole, I can only do a debate if I'm wearing a stupid hat, has become onesie has become very prevalent across the Evo-Atheist world.
Well, we should do a prisoner trade, because there's somebody in the Discord that apparently is a prisoner that I need to get rid of, named Sasha, and he's an atheist, and he believes in evolution, and he's one of these guys that just says everything's evolution. You know, it's real fun. So you got to send me one of your atheists over, and then we can make this even swap. All you have to do is go to my Discord, which is the obsolete, so what's on my Blood Always Finds Its Level channel, and you can meet me at the Discord. Thanks.
Do you have a YouTube channel or just Discord?
Yes, sir. That's what it is. It is called Blood Always Finds Its Level. So you'll see the latest upload will be about the Discord. Just go to the link right there and you're done.
Okay, I'll check that out. And Andrew is actually in the side chat.
Has he arrived?
Yes, second to the last comment.
Amen. We need Jesus. That's right. KC knows. God bless you, sir. Man, you got some smart people here too in the chat.
I mean, look at this. Look at this. So isn't this the point that I've been making? That 85% figure was comparing protein coding genes. I'm pretty sure that's the whole. I'm pretty sure that's the point I made. Pretty sure.
Who's talking about percentage? We're talking about paperwork again.
And then
we're bringing paperwork back.
And then we're talking about the whole genome, Andrew, which is the entire point that I made. Everything, including all of the coding regions, equals. That's the whole point that was being made. That was the whole point. I don't know how difficult this can possibly be. I'm going to read it again for you, Andrew. Let's try this one more time. I don't know how this can possibly be this hard. Okay. Traditionally, the approach used is to compare the complete sequences of the genomes of different species, nucleotide by nucleotide. When used to compare the protein coding portion of the genome, humans are seen to be 99% similar to chimpanzee, 85% similar to a mouse, and confirming the link between all life forms on the planet, even 50% similar to a banana. But if the whole human genome is compared to that of the mouse, the similarity is far less, only around 5%. And although a recent study comparing the genomes of different human individuals indicates a further amount of similarity that we all share, this only appears to be a further 4%. So, assuming you're accounting for that 4%, it's not just 5%, which is even less than 9, obviously, because 9 minus 4 would equal 5. But in this context, 5 plus 4 equals 9, which is the point that I made when you're comparing the whole genomes, everything, all of the nucleotides of the genomes, do the comparison, the similarity is only 9%. That was the point being made. And please tell me this is not still going over your head, Andrew. This is nobody else is having a hard time understanding this. I've read it like 5 times at this point, and I don't say. And also, if you like go further back, like earlier in that chapter of that book, he's talking about how like the regulatory regions only have 50% similarity, like so between humans and mice.
Is it 4% or 5% or what? How does that work? Never mind. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but it's like earlier in the, let's see where it is. Although the similarity between mice and humans at the protein level is 97.5%, encodes comparison of regulatory regions in the human genome compared to that of the mouse shows a similarity of only 50%. Could this mean that the proteins of the two species were largely alike and the factors controlling them were widely different? I mean, like, it's like there's so many different aspects to this. Just, I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, I like tic-tac-toe, not chess. So we should stick with checkers at the worst case scenario. The problem is that we're overcomplicating things. Remember that the percentage numbers never make any sense, and the paperwork never matters. The final product, right? What type of chicken you get out of the egg, or what type of kitten you get from the mommy cats. That's really what matters, and what is the evidence. Remember, it's the actual creation. Romans 1:20, what we clearly seen by what is made, right? So that's the final.
Okay, look at this. Point. Look at this damage control. What makes you think I don't understand that the percentage differs between different genomic regions? What makes me think that? I don't know. The words that came out of your mouth on Pudding Brains channel. How about that? I mean,
and what are they comparing, anyways? Are they comparing everything, or just what they want to compare?
Oh man, it's too good. Just can't make it up.
If they compare everything, it's not even close. Not even close to 96% or whatever.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much more clear it can be than like when you compare the whole genome. I mean, whole would be in its entirety.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be what the word means. So
I think you guys should stop allowing them to discuss similarities within genetics in the first place. I think that you first have to establish, do they believe in absolutes?
Yeah. So I wasn't as nuanced as I could have been. Is that your big argument? Oh man. Oh, it's too good.
Well, they're really angry this past week because of the political overturn of Roe versus Wade. So because of that, they're really pissed off, and they're really possessed this week. I got to be honest with you, Gert. Why don't you? I think you should come over to my Discord. I'll trade you. You come here. I'll give LPP Sasha as a prisoner exchange, just like we used to do back in the day with what's his face? He got shot down over Libya with the U2. Francis Gary Powers. It'll be perfect. Yeah, thanks.
I thought you were going to say John McCain.
That's what I was thinking too, Jungle.
No, I got you. Francis Gary Powers is the man. Good. God bless him.
So at this point, it's coming down to, I think that Jim Carrey was 100% correct. This is actually a description. He's actually impersonating a Evo-Atheist.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah!
Yeah, baby. So the EXO, what has the guy said? The atheist said that you were talking about on your Discord.
I'm not going to ruin it for everybody. You need to meet the guy. I'm not, what the heck are you talking? Listen, you people just got to be themselves, right? I can't explain him for you. I can't even explain myself. But yeah, man, come over to the Discord because we'll get kicked off the internet for the stuff that we talk about. So we're not allowed to talk. If you notice, your government loves you so much, you're not allowed to say certain things. They made sure the internet and the people in the streets all make sure that they wear masks now and behave. So you guys just keep being very well-behaved slaves. But the channel is called The Obsolete, and you are in Revelation. I was impressed because LPP actually brought up Revelation as well. But it's impressive that we can talk about end times, I guess, and laugh at cartoon character atheistic interactions at the same time. What a surprise!
But yeah, that's something I would definitely like to talk about. But obviously, like you said, probably not here because I know that stuff can get
oh, there's some controversial. Where's Iger? Do you know Iger?
algorithms.
Iger's a friend of mine. He's around here somewhere. You know, he gets hated on because he's so controversial, right? You know Iger? I mean, he's here.
Oh yeah, I've had a talk with him. It's actually backstage.
Listen, agree or disagree with Iger. He's a nice guy.
We know.
He is super stand-up guy and a skeptic. That's the thing, is that I only trust skeptics. I mean, at this point, if you believe the people that you're being controlled, that force you to believe that you come from monkeys, you know, these people want you to believe in this hierarchy of evolutionary constructs that make you think you're smarter as you go up in the chain of school, right? Like you got a college degree, I'm assuming, right? Or you did a high school graduate. How far did you make it, Gur?
High school graduate, a little bit of college.
Bingo. Always try out college, right? Because we want to act like you're smarter, right? It's always good to be superior, right? And it's a false academia. So we pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars so that they can give us a piece of paper that says we know something, when really they just gave us their own religious beliefs. So you're in the great deception, man. Just let me know.
Well, you do have a point there. You do have a point there, XO, because everybody, you know, is always parodying whatever they learned in school. I mean, that's a matter of fact, you know.
Well, my thing is when it comes
to
television,
don't forget, there's always the TV that helps out, you know.
When it comes to the whole evolution versus creationism, be it old Earth or young Earth, to me, that has really no stake in one.
Oh my goodness! But listen, when a child asks you a question and says, "Hey, man, is the Earth really millions of years old?" You're going to have to be able to tell the truth one of these days, or you're going to continue just going the rest of your life saying, "I don't know," because I better not answer and tell them some lie that I was told by my government is the only honest answer you could give. So I hope you're saying, "I don't know." The fact is they are being lied to, and no, the Earth isn't even 1,000,000 years old. It's very young. Everything that we see happened very rapidly. There's no evidence for anything being literally just thousands of years old, bro. It's too late. It's 2022. Soft tissue's been found in dinosaurs. It's over. I'm sorry. We've been knowing this for 30 years now. Doesn't matter.
There is no more history. There is no more history than 5,000 years old. That's the
correct. Yeah, there really is. Yeah, maybe around there, 5,000 to 6,000. Yeah, it's around there.
I mean,
5,950 right now.
Since the global flood at the very most, or at least the genealogies and everything, you know.
Right. Yeah, it matches up perfectly. So the Bible is the Word of God. That's why it's the only talked about book that is the center of the internet, and that's why it's always in contention. That's why it's the Word of God. Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, but there is no more history. There is no more human history. There's no more calendar. Calendars go back 5,000 years.
Yep, I agree. The Chinese, Chinese too. Yep.
You know, people didn't climb out of the trees and start building megaliths, 5,000 years ago. That's nonsense. That's stupid.
So basically, scientists and the government, they're just lying.
You couldn't name a scientist. No, let me answer this real quick. If I asked you to name a scientist right now with evidence for anything that you believe in, you would have to tell me. You're already interrupting me. No, there's no claim. You got to relax. I know this hurts your feelings. Just relax for a second.
Very
I can go away. If you're just going to interrupt me, can you just let me explain? Yeah, that's the point. You don't have a claim. You couldn't name any science behind it. You just saw it on TV. You show me a scientist right now.
Don't lie.
Best of luck.
They lie about everything.
So back to my question. So
yeah, you can't show me anything. It's something on television. Yes, did they contrive? Yes, did they make all the television programs to convince you of something? Yes.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Calm down.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You want to know something? You want to know something? We're telling you what the facts are. You want to know something?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, we told you what the facts are. It's 5,000 years.
Cool.
There is no more human history. It doesn't exist.
Says something that
now you're talking? Now you're talking?
All right. Well, yeah, let's figure this out. What's the problem? Because you don't have a claim. You don't have any evidence otherwise. You just admit it. So go ahead.
Question again, please. Okay, so are scientists in the government lying about evolution?
No, they already. No, let me explain. No, most of them admit there's no evidence. Can you answer the question? I'm sorry. This is going to scare atheists, guys. No, I have the textbooks. I know the textbooks and the scientists admit there is no evidence for it. That's why they've had to change their minds all the time. The only thing that evolves.
There's no human history. There's
right.
no
so here's the problem. So,
older than 5,000 years old.
Right. Right. So the only thing that evolves is the religion of evolution in order to keep counteracting all the science that proves it wrong. That's why it's too late. You don't have a claim. You can't name any science. It's
Okay,
a
so-
religion.
Name any facts.
Yeah, because
or
you've seen it on
scientists,
TV. That's
or
not
human
science.
history.
You
So
don't have a
scientists and the
So let me know when you
government
have an
have
example of
Nothing.
science.
You have nothing.
Yeah, you don't. I'd give you both my car keys right now. I'll give you my car keys if you can show me
so
any science
scientists
involved with
and the
evolution. Best of
government-
luck.
Scientists and the
your
government are
time.
lying about evolution.
Yeah, you don't have a
Scientists
claim.
what?
Let me know when you have a
Scientists
claim because
what?
you aren't a
I don't have a
scientist.
claim. I have a question.
Exactly, that's the point.
Scientists what?
Yeah, so I'm telling you the truth. You don't have a claim.
Scientists
It's that easy.
what?
You have a hard time listening, don't you?
Scientists
No,
what?
no. Well, Jungle Jargon's a
You
little
literally
excited.
do.
I've excited everybody. It's
Scientists
normal.
what?
We're gonna get into this. Go ahead.
Okay.
What? Scientists what?
Okay.
Germania. Scientists what?
Yes. Shh. Just 1 second. Okay.
He'll never make a
what?
claim.
So
Be quiet.
scientists and the government
What?
are
Uh-oh,
telling
red
lies
alert.
about evolution.
Red
What?
alert.
Evidence.
The obsolete Discord
Evidence.
awaits you out of the dumpster
Evidence.
fire. Thank you.
So is that a yes or a no to my
Evidence.
question?
Where's your evidence? What evidence? What evidence?
I'm asking you that. I'm asking.
No, I'm
okay, so
asking you
the
for
government
evidence.
and
I already
scientists
told
are
you.
lying. Jungle.
I told you what the
Jungle,
evidence
Jungle,
is.
calm
The evidence
down.
is 5,000 years.
I think we're having
What
a somewhat
evidence
decent civil
do you
conversation.
have? What evidence do you have? What?
Are you finished?
What evidence do you have?
Jungle, let me know when you're finished.
Grr. What?
Are you
What?
finished?
What
Jungle?
evidence do you have? What?
Jungle, are you finished yet?
Grr.
Hey, Jungle, let me know when you're finished, okay?
All right, okay.
What?
Let's let Germania respond. Go ahead, Germania.
What?
Okay, so my question is what I've been trying to ask for the past probably 5 minutes. Okay, so according to the XO in
So
Jungle,
annoying.
according to you two, the government and scientists are lying about evolution, I think is what you
No,
have
you're
said or implied.
What evidence
let me
do
know
you
when I can
have?
talk. You just let me know when I can talk.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, here's the deal, man.
Hang on, Exo, hang on.
They admit there's no
Hang-
evidence.
Exo,
Go
hang
ahead.
on. So, Germania,
Yes.
if you are surrendering your speaking stick to Exo, I don't want to hear any. I don't want to hear any bitching about. I've been trying to talk for 5 minutes because the floor was yours. So, are you willingly and under no coercion are you surrendering the speaking stick?
Yes, it's kind of
Okay,
a
good.
given.
All right, go ahead, Exo.
Yeah, man, the government and all of the assets that you can find admits they don't have any evidence for evolution. They have evidence for normal reproduction. That's why there's no claim for evidence, or maybe LPP or Jungle or myself or Rand Campbell would be talking about it. No, everything, when we say cats make kittens, the government says that's our best evidence. So normal reproduction is the only evidence for abnormal reproduction, that things come from different things. That's why it's called evolution. There's no evidence for that. That's why all systems that already exist are dependent on the biology, which already functions. We don't wait for the biology to work. It already works from the beginning, or it doesn't work at all. All governmental systems, all military systems that I've taken part on, and all social systems depend on this fact for already occurring or operating systems that already work. It's redundant. There's no such thing as evolution in anything. Everything takes intelligence. It's the exact opposite. You don't even have a claim. Thanks.
I'd like to make one comment. About 50 years ago, maybe, I don't know how long it's been, a really great scientist named Richard Feynman talked about like the rules of science. The first rule, I think, was the best rule, which he said, science is doubting the experts. You know, that is a very profound statement. That's true. You got to doubt these guys because they lie all the time.
Okay, so follow-up question.
Yeah.
Okay, so out of curiosity, what's your speculation of why these scientists and the government are lying specifically about evolution?
Because
Well, it's really the heart of men is unsearchable. You know, man is a wicked creature. Just ask any girl in chat right now how many times a man has lied to them. Men are just perverted criminals, man, to put it lightly. That's what people have always done. They've always controlled the population with their own belief system. That's why the Vatican took over and plagiarized and perverted the true knowledge of our God and our creation, and said, well, actually, we'll just believe in evolution at the same time. And they took all these worldly religions and adopted them actually into a religion. They're all attached to religion, unfortunately, anyway, by default. That's why they, you know, name things after their religious gods. And just look into the Vatican if you're interested in any of that sort of part of this deception. But yes, if I'm right about the Bible and it's the word of God, then Satan is actually very good at his job, and he's doing it quite well, because we're probably near revelation. That's why you'll notice that we're not even allowed to talk about things. There's no freedom of speech in public. It's already happening. That means we're under a new order of worldly control that's been going on for maybe actually much longer period of time. But now we're not even allowed to speak about certain topics. So clearly, why would they do that? So why would they do all these other bad things? Why would they tell everybody they have to wear a mask, you know, as if that, and they've all admitted now that didn't do anything, right? They all admit, all the scientists that you secular people like to use admit that the masks don't stop any diseases like that. So the government from the beginning already is corrupt in order to control you. And people that work for the government are usually pretty egotistical. Have you ever noticed anybody that's ever worked for the government? You have life experience with these people. People are very evil, yes, and they're inherently wicked and sick, and power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, and the world is anti-Bible.
Okay, so
Sure, talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Jermaine. Go ahead, Jermaine.
Do you speculate that the reason why these scientists, along with the government, are lying is
no, they admit I'm right. You're not listening from the beginning. They admit I'm right.
So
I've been saying this for the last 10 minutes. They agree with me. Why can't you listen to the basic words? Yes, you don't have any scientists that agree with you. They all agree with me. Thanks. This is the 7th time I've had to tell you something.
So
listen,
all the scientists agree that evolution is wrong and incorrect. And not true.
Find one that has evidence. I'll give you both my car keys. Yep.
Yes, of course.
Yes, they're real scientists. Go find me a real scientist.
So are they being public about this?
Yeah, 2009 Futuyama book from my college. That's the point. You don't have a claim. You live on the internet. Now you're getting upset, right? You don't have a claim.
Ask them if they can get information that's not there, and they'll say no, you can't get information that's not there because it's not scientific. So they agree with us.
Okay, so really, all these scientists they actually don't believe in evolution.
Shocking.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, show me one scientist. We're still waiting for you to show me one. You can't show me any.
Okay, yeah.
Here, I'll name one. Stephen Jay Gould. Your turn. Oh, you can't. Yeah, you won't. Thanks.
May I interject?
You'll never be able to name one. Richard Dawkins. I'm sorry, Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins isn't a scientist. So can you name one? You can't even name one scientist. Just put that on the record.
Hang on. Let's let Germania. Germania is relatively chill.
Halfway.
So let's let him respond.
All right, you're right. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Okay, so let me see if I can remember my point.
Oh, actually, hey, Germania, before you respond.
Yeah, you're good.
So Jeffy KC, I think that Germania is calmer than you. Okay. I would rather interact with Germania, and he's more rational than you are.
I don't know who Jeff or whatever their name is. I don't know who that is.
But you're asking good questions.
Take that as a compliment.
You're asking good questions about the scientists. You know, they're messed up.
I just want you to listen. Thanks.
Okay, so let me see if I can remember what my question was. Okay, so all these evolutionists.
Yeah, you're gonna. Remember, this is the 7th, 8th time that you.
Okay, let's let him. Exo, let Germania actually finish his sentence. Go ahead.
So all these scientists that claim they're evolutionists are actually not evolutionists.
They're actually object credit givers.
You mean the ones in your imagination that you can't name?
They have no
yeah, so like
the ones in your imagination that you can't name. I'm still waiting for a name of in reality.
So Richard
you know that there's life outside of cartoons, right, Germania? I'm just waiting for something in reality. Do you have something in reality in mind? Because this is all in your imagination.
No mechanism. Germania, where's their mechanism? Germania.
Okay,
If you could just name one scientist, Germania, that would be great for the argument,
Everybody
please.
calm down for a second. So Alec has just joined us. What's up, Alec? Welcome to the stream. Got anything on your mind?
Nothing much. I just dived in after a night with the fam, and all the fireworks are going off tonight. But
What up?
hey,
What up, Alec?
hey, how are you, Jungle? Been watching your shows, man. Very good. So I'll interject when XO finishes and loses some oxygen. He's doing well.
Okay. All right, Germania. Now, Ger, let's stop with the let me think. So you've had quite a bit of time. So
I may have said, well, yes.
I'll just concede that you'll never answer anything.
Yeah, let's give Germania a chance to respond.
Okay, you guys mute yourselves. Go ahead, Germania.
Okay, so basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it has to be a quick correction. Okay, not a 5-minute monologue.
Okay, Ger. Don't
get to the point.
Hang on, Ger. Do not start your sentences with "correct me if I'm wrong." You are giving an opening to the guys who are very likely to interrupt you.
Caveat.
Do not listen. No, we don't need caveats. No tempting of other people in this panel to respond. We're trying to let you respond and actually make a point. So do not ask hypothetical questions or insert question marks to anything you say. Go.
That's fair. Okay, so what I'm very curious about is apparently there's no scientists out there who accept evolution. They just either claim they do or they don't even claim they do. It's just they don't, period. Like evolution is just like not founded scientifically and not accepted by any scientist.
Okay, prove it.
Yep, here's the answer. It's just in your imagination.
Claim, Jungle.
Can I answer now? Can I answer?
Prove it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So here's the answer. I'd like everybody to pay attention in chat. He asked the question. The answer is it's in your imagination. Yes, that's the point. Thanks. All of that you just mentioned is in your imagination.
Okay,
we live in SpongeBob world, Germania. Congratulations. We live in SpongeBob world with you. That's in your imagination. You can't name one scientist. That would make it reality. If you could just name one person in reality, Germania. Just try it sometime.
So, even Lenski doesn't believe in evolution anymore, just let you know.
But he once did, apparently.
He stole my E. coli. He stole my E. coli for his thing. He said he grew them all. He did not. This first batch died. So he borrowed from 12 other universities over time, because each of the manufacturers of E. coli carry extras inside their deep freeze, inside, like University of Alabama, for instance, in Mobile. They have tons of E. coli there. You know what E. coli is used for? I know this for a fact because I'm a diabetic. They make insulin out of it. I prefer the yeast because the E. coli doesn't act well with my body. So that's one of the things. Another little thing is it's wrapped up in the pharmaceutical industry. Why is insulin so expensive when the inventor of insulin said, I want this to be affordable for every single diabetic, right? Affordable. I used to pay $15 back in 1990 for my insulin. Now just a vial of it is $100. Okay. So it's not inflation. It was told to be kept cheap, but the pharmaceutical companies got involved and changed the formula by 1 degree. By 1 degree. These are scientists, bro.
White lab coats.
1 degree so they could get a new patent and then charge you more because it's not the same patent. That's how they got around it.
Wow. Okay.
I share your outrage on that.
Well, eventually, Germania, I want you to know, yes, there's no such
But
thing
I can't
as
live
these
without this
religious
stuff.
beliefs in your imagination, Germania. That's where all these evolutionary premises that you discuss with people and ask questions about, it's in your imagination. You can't show me it in reality. That's why it's a psychotic religion, and I'm trying to just to show it to you. I don't know why Christians would be insane enough to try to answer those questions, because then that would make them just as insane as you. So I hope there's not any Christians out there thinking those are realistic questions. I know Jamie Roswell might be confused. He believes in evolution as well. So eventually we're going to teach you guys that it's reality is real, not evolution. Sorry, Jamie.
Jamie believes in everything every other day. It's kind of like he throws a dart against the board.
He just has a religious smorgasbord.
Whatever sticks.
Hang on. I don't think I've ever heard Jamie defend evolution. Jamie? Are you defending it? Are you in favor of
adaptation? No, he'll call it adaptation. He believes in adaptation, which is the same thing.
I believe in telling the truth. That's what I believe. So I don't defend
congratulations.
The philosophy of evolution. I don't defend an old Earth or that we have a common ancestry with monkeys or apes or hominids. I don't believe any of that. But evolutionary principles that are used in biology are obviously true.
How much do you
Excuse me?
What?
Excuse me?
Bro, and he'll never give you an example. It doesn't make any sense at all. That last part was insane.
Strawberries. Most of the fruit vegetables you eat today.
Yes, I'm sorry they came from. I picked wild strawberries in Washington about 2 years ago. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, they evolved. They're developed.
It's called
that means they already had the ability. It didn't evolve. It's called creation. There's this book that you may have heard of, Jamie. It's called the Bible. In Genesis 1, it talks about God creating all these things. I don't know if you've heard of it, but that's kind of the problem.
There's fruits and vegetables that didn't exist in the Garden of
No,
Eden.
I'm sorry. That's not evolution. That's selection through man's cultivation and mixing things. It's not evolution at all. Most of it is an abomination. I'm sorry. You're just making stuff up. You've been through this conversation. You'll never show me a citation for your information. Apparently, you have a time machine and you can go back in time and know when certain plants and animals didn't exist, like most self-worshiping people on the internet that are.
So if you want to communicate better, then this is what I would need for you to help me with. Okay. What is your definition of evolution that doesn't exist at all?
What's your definition of a strawberry?
No.
Amazing.
Look, I've told you my position. What I said is a fact. There's fruit that we eat today that did not exist in the Garden of Eden. That's what I mean.
Almighty. That's not evolution. That has nothing to do with evolution. I'm sorry. You're just making stuff up.
Intelligent design.
Yeah, that's absolute insanity. Yep, nothing to do with evolution. Man had to make them.
And grafting and.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's insanity.
Stuff.
No. So what?
Look at LPP. Isn't that amazing? LPP. You don't know who you're dealing with. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
In the Garden of Eden. Were there fruit in the Garden of Eden and before?
Almighty.
What you need to
Jungle Jargon. Almighty Jamie decides when God makes things. Actually,
you need to be more nuanced.
Were
tell
there
me
fruit
what is this evolution that you say I'm wrong about?
That's so sad that you're saying that, bro. You're totally
shut your mouth.
Embarrassed.
Blackberries are not berries.
This is your chance to pwn me or whatever. I'm asking you, what is this evolution
really
that you don't?
Evolution, Jamie.
Dude, shut the hell up. You're an idiot. You're stupid. Tell me what you believe this evolution. Define it.
Did we have fruit to eat before the global flood? Did we? Or did
there
we
are fruits today that did not exist in the Garden of Eden. Are you saying that's not true?
No, but they're descendants of the fruit, right?
Yeah, that's a lie for you to make that claim. You have no idea what existed in the Garden of Eden. Just the fact that you're making a claim is psychotic.
Go dunk on your
little
brother.
You're possessed. We have our exorcism. First exorcism of the night right here. Excellent job. You're going to decide what was around during the Garden of Eden, bro? I can't take you seriously. That's psychotic. No one has a right to do that. It's already blasphemy to tell me what was there. No, you can't do that.
Okay, so I have to question that. So, Exo, you said it's blasphemy to question you on what was there. So are you...
No, it's blasphemy to make a claim that he knows what's there.
Are you claiming
you're not listening? No, you can't hear. He is telling us what was there. He's telling us what... It's his claim. He's telling us what was and wasn't there. That's a lie. That's satanic. You can't lie about the Bible. Tell me what wasn't in the Garden of Eden. That's insanity.
It's a descendant or was there?
He said it's not there. You can't make a claim. Who is a man to make a claim what isn't in the Garden of Eden?
Hang on. What Jamie is claiming is that even if the potential was there, it was not actualized. It had not been expressed. So just because the potential was in play doesn't mean that it had actually come to be. And I think he has a very valid point there. The example he's using right now, and I think this would go with like Gala apples versus Honeycrisp is the point he's making, and the different types of oranges, the different types of grapes, and all that kind of stuff. Right?
That's not evolution either, and that's not true. You can't tell me what was not in existence before there was even a flood on the earth. That's just insanity to make that claim. This is before the fall of man. Any man who wants to make a claim and say, oh, this couldn't exist in Genesis 1 is already committing blasphemy. It's
there were no
strawberries.
No strawberries.
We don't know if strawberries existed or didn't exist.
You can't make, but he's saying it didn't. He's saying those didn't exist, and that's a lie. You can't. I just know he's lying right off the bat.
Well, I think that's a rather strong assertion that he's lying on that. If he believes that to be true.
Yeah, if somebody tells one of my kids that, I'm going to be like, why are you lying to my kid?
Okay,
yeah, that would piss me off.
Bro, have planes always existed?
planes.
They have some in the Egyptian calligraphy. They also have them down there in.
Wait. Are we? We're comparing airplanes to God's creation.
No,
that's the problem. If you compare airplanes to God's,
It may or
okay,
may not
hang on.
have
We're
been an
going to
airplane.
answer. We're going to answer my question. Have planes always existed?
it would be ridiculous to compare that to God's creation. That'd be a
Answer
folly.
the freaking question. Have planes always existed?
No, there's lots of things that haven't always existed. To you to say a creation on Earth didn't exist is saying.
Okay, now inside. Hang on. Inside of the laws of physics, has the potential for a plane always existed? Yes or no?
Oh, the potential. Okay.
No, you actually can't make that claim at the Garden of Eden because the potential of physics was different. So no, that's the point. It's right in the Bible. Yeah, everything's different in Genesis 1. Duh. It's heaven on earth.
Hang on, that's a very strong assertion. You just said prove.
Yes, it was different.
How do you know? How do you?
It says it was. The Bible said so. It said it fell from heaven. Yeah, the Bible's.
We're going to be very clear. Okay, where
the Bible, Genesis.
How do you know that the laws of physics were different?
No, everything was different. It just says it was everything was different. It fell. Yeah, it was all different, all changed.
The laws of physics.
The whole world changed.
Okay, if there
yeah,
was
the whole world changed. Yes, it fell from heaven.
If pressure was different, just because there was the pressure.
Air pressure.
I didn't say pressure. I said things are different. I didn't say. I'm not making a claim.
Ladies and gentlemen, did he just use the word pressure? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so. Are you saying that a difference in pressure changes the laws of physics?
Oh no! I said the laws of physics are different. So go listen to. So go. Well, stop trying to put words in people's mouths. The Bible. I claim the Bible. I know that.
Number one, I didn't put words in your mouth.
Okay, I'll go to Genesis 3, and you'll keep.
I literally.
The laws on physics for a caterpillar and a butterfly. The laws of physics are the same for a caterpillar and a butterfly.
I want you to explain to me how you know that the laws of physics were different then, and how that is that assertion is different from Jamie's statement that he doesn't think that not necessarily that the potential wasn't there, but that strawberries and all the different
varieties of fruit,
varieties of
wild
apple
strawberries
didn't exist then. So go ahead and prove to me how you know beyond all doubt that the laws of physics were different then. Go.
And they realized they were naked. Genesis 3. Yep.
Answer.
They realized they were naked, so everything changed.
What does that have to do with the law?
So everything changed. Yes. That's the point. That's the Bible.
Whoa.
I agree with what Exo is saying.
Hang on.
Yeah, you're muting Bible. I'm reading.
So if I was butt naked, then the laws of physics would change.
Yeah, you're muting me for reading the Bible. That's what. You're muting me for reading the Bible, really?
No, I don't like when you talk.
That's after the fall.
You really? Yeah.
Before the Globe Fund.
Bro, I'm putting you backstage. You can come back in, but you cannot keep talking over me. You have to actually answer questions. Now, are you stating that because you're naked or clothed, that the laws of physics are somehow changed, or that your realization that you're naked or clothed has something to do with the laws of physics?
Yes, it shows the fall from heaven to earth in Genesis 1:3. Everything changed. Yes, I believe the Bible, unlike Jamie, who thinks that he can say there's something not in the garden. It's polar opposite. I'm able to make these claims because I believe the Bible. And if you don't read the Bible, you won't understand this. Yes, everything changed.
Okay. So let's put this back in context. So do little babies know that they're naked? Or the differentiation? Can they, from their frame of reference, do they have this realization of why?
I don't know. Maybe they. It's kind of a. I don't really like this topic anyway, because no, you can't compare babies to adults.
You said the laws of physics change if
you're not reading the Bible. Yes, okay. You don't believe the Bible. Yes, here's Genesis 3. Yes, I know you don't use the Bible. Yes, everything changed. Yes, and you're upset because Jamie believes in evolution. I mean, I don't know why you guys believe in this bullshit.
Okay, so number one,
or the Bible. I mean, you can't use the Bible or science.
Okay, so number one, I know that he doesn't believe in evolution. Okay.
It's his claim. He just said it several times.
In the secular sense, in the secular definition of evolution, he does not believe in evolution. Okay, so he's only disagreeing with what you have decided qualifies as evolution. Okay, so if I have a pre-existing function that's already programmed into something, but it's not turned on, and then I turn it on later because of a new variable, that is not even remotely evolution in the traditional sense. Yes or no?
it is not the traditional consensus, no, but it still promotes it, and they use it to promote their theory. So yes, he gives into them. Yes.
Whoa.
He
Okay, so that is not relevant to the point. Okay, just because somebody wants to misuse something doesn't
You're right. They
mean
misused it.
that it's true or false. Okay.
Correct.
So,
That's
okay.
true.
Cool. So if that's what Jamie is claiming, then just because it's being the reality is being twisted by another individual and being used as false evidence for their argument, does that mean that what he is stating somehow is supporting their position if he's not claiming that their position is correct?
Yes, he is still supporting it, unfortunately. Yep, he's even using their terms. Yeah, that's why God said it's the word of God. If you're going to use man's terms, you're supporting man's religion. That's why there's different levels to this Bible to understand it. Yeah, you're using man's terms. That's why they don't even have a claim. Where's an example of adaptation? You'll never get it.
So, are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not. I'm a Christian. Are you a Satanist? Because only a Satanist would make accusations like that. Yeah, so you're a Satanist, right? Are you a Satanist?
Not an accusation.
Well, no, that's an insult, right? The word flat earther is used as an insult. Yeah.
So you don't believe the Earth is flat?
No, but I don't believe in outer space either. And because I worked for the government, I didn't fall for the outer space hoax. So sorry, guys, you're in big trouble. There's no such thing either as outer space.
God did not create outer space.
Yes, God is what he said he is in this Bible. You should read it sometimes, and it matches reality. Yeah, maybe you'll take a course. Maybe you'll get some life experience and you'll figure it out. Yeah, that's why when I go out to the desert, I lose cell reception. Wow, because I went away from the cell towers. Amazing. Wow, it's so complicated. Yeah, it's okay. You can never give me an example of adaptation, let alone evolution. That's the point. Since you're an atheist, you're stuck hiding from your own religion.
So outer space,
right? You'll never be able to talk about it.
So, like planets don't exist, like Mars or Venus, or do you just think that they're not what
yes, you saw them on TV. Wow, you saw them on TV, bro. You're smart. Oh, dude, you're really smart. Amazing. So have you found an example of adaptation? Yeah, stars exist. Yes, stars are reality.
Okay, so stars
do
exist.
I don't think we live in a star. Yes, why can't you, let's go back to the topic. So you're scared about what we can prove on Earth.
We live in a star.
Yeah.
What?
I know. Well, stars are in the sky, so how do I think I might be living on one? What are you talking about?
Would you agree that we live next to one?
Oh yeah, I see them in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, even
the sun looks completely different from us. The sun looks completely different from a star. I'm sorry you worship the sun.
The sun is not the star.
Yeah, it's not a star. I'm sorry you worship the sun. It's not a star, little kid. You live in a cartoon. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations. You saw things on TV and you believe things on TV, and now you're asking people about your television belief system. Congratulations. I'm really impressed. Mania. You're asking me about your television belief systems. I think you can think of an intelligent question besides, are you saying this?
Does everyone here believe the star?
I understand you're trying to push the 36 gender thing like the new age.
No.
But you're not close to the sun.
I didn't ask about proximity.
So the bottom line is that God made the greater light and they made the lesser light.
Right.
And the fact is, he called the greater light the sun,
because it can't make itself.
The little one the moon. And so why is it called the sun? Why isn't all these other solar systems have a sun? They have a star.
Yep.
You know, and also you need to check out the guy that works for NASA doing the paintings for them for their books, and all their little things where he just puts swirls out there on the, make it look like clouds and all this other stuff. And if you do read properly, go to NASA's site, it says we enhance the shots of what they see out there. So I say they enhance the whole damn thing.
Okay, so
You forgot to mention, Alex, that God made the stars also.
Yes, exactly.
All right, well,
that's an afterthought.
I got to go anyway, guys. It was fun. Thanks for having me. But yeah, or whenever you guys want to talk about in reality, it'll be cool. But that's my Discord. You can reach me there. And we have to actually bring evidence to the table. So good thing we have some photographers in the group. So you won't be there. I know, Mania. You'll probably be looking for some excuse. But anybody that wants to come and join us, go
I
ahead.
highly recommend like taking like some NyQuil.
I understand, bro. I know you live in a cartoon. I know, and some people do stuff in reality. So you can go to my channel, since you never will, Ermania. You can go to my channel, which is Blood Always Finds Its Level, and you can see somebody that does things in reality while you sip on your New World Order coffee cup, and with a big happy smile, take your next vaccine and keep wearing your mask. Congratulations, Emo. You have 36 genders now. Congratulations, guys. All right.
But the sun can't make itself. The sun can't make itself. How did the sun make itself? It can't make itself.
Well, it got awful quiet all of a sudden.
Okay, so no, Danny must have just arrived. He thinks that Germania is under attack. I don't think
that was 10 minutes ago. Maybe 15.
No, he's good. He's good. Germania's okay.
Danny says.
Yeah. Just like they won't tell you that the Japanese were off the West Coast, right here in Long Beach, dropping bombs inside Long Beach back in the day, but they won't tell you that.
But can the sun make itself?
No, it cannot.
Answer me. Can the sun make itself?
Huh? Who are you asking?
Germania.
Can the sun make itself?
Can it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so where did it come from?
Like formations, like gravitational pulls. Why don't you tell me, since you know?
Oh, come on. It can't make itself. You just said it can't make itself.
Right. Well, we both agree the sun cannot make itself, right? I hate to have to ask that, but at this point, I don't know anymore.
But
the other guy didn't even believe in space. So.
What?
So yeah, we agree the sun cannot make itself, right?
Okay, so it can't make itself. So how did it get made?
How did we, or how did it?
How did anything get made?
An all-powerful unicorn.
Oh, appealing to all powerful. Okay. Yo, look at that. Yeah, you hypocrite. Wicked. I don't got patience for you nonsense.
Yeah.
Wow. The all-powerful unicorn pulled that one right out of the Santa sack, didn't you?
I did.
Jeez.
I didn't get the crowd going.
All-powerful unicorn.
Oh, you're echoing.
Incredible.
But that's the thing when it comes to that question of like, and I'll stillman his question. Where did everything in existence come from? I think that would be a better way for him to phrase his question.
The creator always existed.
Romania, before God showed up and hit me over the head and said, "Hey, I'm real." That's sort of metaphorically, but not by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I used to tell people they'd ask me if I believed in God, and I always said, sort of smart alecky anyway, a little bit. I'd say, I'm sure something started this mess. I'm just not real sure what it is. And so I was never an atheist. I was never foolish enough to be an atheist, but also I didn't know I didn't know. And then God showed up and now I know. And that's been, 50 years ago, a long time, more than 50 years ago. And once he shows up, they ain't no forgetting it.
I
can promise you that.
How did he show up? Like, what did he do, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him.
Oh, no, you're fine. So God revealed himself to you, basically?
Yes, and in a way that he knew I would understand. He knew I always had sort of a scientific mind, and I was reading. Every time I went to the barbershop, I read everything he had on, science and all these magazines. And I just go in there sometime and sit half the day and just read his magazines and leave. He's a neighbor, so he let me do it. I checked about every book out of the library on science. So God had to show me that the laws of physics were putty in his hands. And that's exactly what he did. And now I just look at everything and I said, everything just looks so different after that. It's like, wow, he can just do anything he wants. Of course, he don't do it. He tried to set it up and fine tune it for us. And of course, the devil lied from the beginning and started the lying, and that sort of messed things up for him. But you know, he created the earth to be inhabited. Period. That's in Isaiah, and that's why we're here. There's just that's plain as day. But he could do anything he want. You know, like he could part the red. You know, nudge things along a little bit, like part the Red Sea, raise men from the dead. You know, he can do little simple things like that. He's not going to do anything major except send a flood or something every now and then to, you know, sort of clean up the mess. I think that's what he did back when the world was corrupted before the flood. Well, this time it's going to be to get rid of all of Satan's work. That's his goal now, is to get rid of all of Satan's work. Now, Satan is, if you want to know what Satan is, or his goal, or his ideology, or his technique is teaching people to doubt the Word of God. Period.
Now,
that's what he does.
If God knew what it would take to convince you of his existence, then presumably the same is true for me, right? Like he would know what would convince me of his existence.
Well, I guess there has to be a certain, for me, it got to the point to where I was very depressed because I'll tell you what happened. I was working for in the top of the military, you might say. And I mean, I wasn't a top guy, but I worked for the top people. And I got to see all these, you know, well, what I was seeing was I thought we were going to have a nuclear war with Russia. I really did. I mean, that's how the Cuban troops were in Angola. They were all over the place. It was getting really, and our military, our ships were going out and just constantly, like day in, day out, practicing, training. They would just wore them out, inspections every day. They were preparing for something really big. And
Archer.
Well, so I got very depressed because, you know, I didn't want the world to be blowing up or anything. And I mean, looking back, you know, I was maybe reacting a little bit, but if you saw what I saw, you might not think so.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So anyway, and I was just extremely depressed. And then all of a sudden he showed up. And it was so amazing. And it just blew me away. And I'll tell you, in his presence, once I realized that he was right there, you know, you can't see God, he's invisible. But once I realized he was right there, I'd never been so afraid in my life, and I've never felt so secure. Does that make sense? I mean, I wasn't afraid of anything except God. I mean, that's just how it is.
Okay, that I get. It's kind of like if you're in trouble with
it just turned my whole life around. Seriously.
Okay.
But I think once I read the Bible, I realized that it says, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God." And then I understood. Of course, there's a lot of other blessings too, but that was one that sort of fit me.
Right. So, just for clarification, like I understand being scared of the world ending, especially back then, and even now to a certain extent with Ukraine and all that crap going on. But so God knew what it would take to convince you or to reveal himself to you in a way that would be convincing or compelling.
Without doing a lot.
And he did so.
God knows everything. He don't.
Yeah, I would agree.
Think of something. Well, just think what he did. He created the atom. Okay, think about an atom. That is an unbelievably complicated little thing that we can't see.
Right, yeah.
And look at the cell. The human cell is mind-bogglingly complex. It's just a factory of machines going around and doing this and doing that. Yeah. It's just the most unbelievable thing imaginable, mind-boggling. And then he creates a universe. You know, it's a little big, right? He fine-tunes the universe for life. And physicists, some of the top atheist physicists will tell you, if it was just a little bit off, we wouldn't have life as we know it. It would not be here, or not like we know it. It might be a bunch of worms. I don't know. I don't think they even believe that. But also, if you look at the symbiotic nature of everything, you've got the clouds coming in, bringing the rain. It's like in the Bible, it says the rivers flow to the sea, but the sea never full, because the rain goes right back up and waters the earth, and it flows right back down. It's a beautiful cycle. And when you look at insects, some of them will just blow your mind. The metamorphosis and things like that. Just you say, what on earth is going on?
But
Well,
it was none of that convinced you, though. It was your revelation with God, wasn't it?
Pardon?
All the science stuff that you're bringing up and the complexities of reality, that had nothing to do with your conversion, right? It was your revelation with God.
Oh, well, no, I was like that before God met me, but that's how he proved to me his existence.
Okay,
And
so
it was a very simple thing. It was a very simple thing, but I knew, boy, he just took the laws of physics and threw them right out the window, and that's when I realized it. But ever since then, I've been I read the Bible all the time. I know it pretty much like the back of my hand, and I study. I wrote my own Bible software after I retired when I had plenty of time, just so I could learn it quicker and store things and do things better. And he just took control of my life, and it's not like I'm he's controlling anything. I feel free as a jaybird. I know it sounds a little weird, but when you think, but that's, it's like the Bible says, when you're free in Christ, you're free indeed. And that's the way I feel. Now, I'm still a human. I still get sick. I still do all these things. And I'm sure if he wanted to, he could take care of that. And I think he just did save my life. But
this might be too much of a sidebar. And if it is, I understand. But if not, I'd like to hear your answer. Had God not revealed himself to you and consequently become a Christian, what would have happened to you when you die?
I have no idea, because people become Christians for a lot of reasons. Now, I started going to church in high school, and only because I had a girlfriend who wanted me to go to church with.
That's a good reason.
Well, I mean, that's why and I actually got baptized. But you know what was funny? I was 16. The funniest thing about that, I felt so guilty. Listen, you got to hear me out. You got to hear me out.
I've been here.
You got to hear this out. You got to hear this out.
Okay.
I felt so guilty. I never stepped another foot inside the church until I was in my 50s. How about that? And I'll tell you another thing. I was in my mid-20s when God showed up, and I asked him, do I have to go to church? Now, I was expecting a yes. I was prepared for it. I certainly wasn't expecting a no, and I wasn't expecting his answer. His answer was neither. He said, Dan, the marriage is the church.
Did he say that audibly?
He spoke to a man, but the man was a devout Christian. His son was in seminary, and I queried him on it later. He said, I never said that. And I knew he didn't say it because he looked like a robot. He looked like a robot when he was speaking. So, but anyway, I asked him a lot of questions, and I wasn't sure about, what parts of the Bible I read. And he started naming off some books from the Old and the New Testament. And finally he said, Dan, it's all God's word. So then I realized, well, it's all God's word, so I can just read it all. But these are the kind of questions I was asking. I also asked him about evil. Why is there so much evil? And he said, the evil is all the bad things that are happening in the world. He said, that's from the evil of man and Satan. That was his exact words, and that's short. Everything was very short that he said. He never talked, it's always very short. Now, I know that wasn't the one who was speaking, he was speaking through, because that guy could talk to you all day long. But in these cases, when he was very precise, very short words, very, everything he said was just blew my mind. The marriage is a church instead of.
What do you think about atheists? What do you think about atheists like myself who are open to there being a God,
Well, I
but
was an
just not
agnostic.
convinced.
I was an atheist, but yeah, I think everybody could be open to God. Now,
The reason why I ask is because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what you have said or have at least implied is that God, you were never really an atheist, but maybe a casual believer or maybe agnostic, however you want to word it. And then God revealed himself to you through somebody or something. So my question is, like, why doesn't that happen to me if that is the case? Because I'm
well,
open to there being a God.
it didn't happen to me till I was in my mid-20s, and I wasn't looking. And I'll tell you another little secret about the Bible, about what you're asking, your question. In Isaiah, it says, "I am found of those who sought me not." That's me. Now think about that. You know, these people that go out and look for him, they're looking in the wrong place. People that really go out and look for him. So he says, I am.
But he knows what it would take to convince them, though, regardless of where they're looking.
Or say it again.
God knows how to convince the person, regardless of where that person is looking.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that's true. But what I'm saying is, in a case like me, who's not looking, he says, I'm found of those that sought me not. Now think about that. Now, he also made another stipulation there, though. He said, I am sought of those who look not for me. And those are the people I think that have the most trouble. They are looking for God, but they're not looking for it in the right way. You know, they're looking for money, or they're looking, or whatever. I don't quite understand the verse, but that verse that I quoted you first, I understand that 100%. Well, anyway, yeah, I tell you, God is amazing when you really look at what He has done. It is absolutely everything. Look at our skin. Just you can grab it, you can stretch it, it protects you. It's skin. It's a miracle. Everything is a miracle. To me, it is, and I think it should be to everybody. I can't imagine anybody looking at anything. The moon. Think about the moon. It sits up there. It goes around the earth. It raises the tides, which flushes and aerates the ocean. It's just amazing. And it just sits there and goes around. But another thing God did, which is really sort of smart and funny at the same time, He made the moon to where we only see one side. Boom. It goes around. It's always the same side. But another thing, too, it fits perfectly over the sun when they line up. Absolutely perfectly. So all we see is the corona around it. These are little things He does that just says, hey, pretty neat trick, huh? Everything He does is amazing if you just look for it. That's about all I got to say.
And I always look at the conversion of Paul from Saul to Paul.
Oh yeah, Paul. Yeah.
I look at that.
He was mean. He was mean.
Sent to kill Christians.
Yeah.
He jailed many. He was totally against the movement. Because he was a Pharisee. He was a Pharisee of Pharisees.
And God hit him over the head.
Another interesting story, because his father was not a Jew. Father was a Roman citizen. His mother was a Jew, and that is a way that you can become a Pharisee. The mother has to be a Jew. So him becoming a Pharisee, Gamaliel was his teacher. He was the #1 lawyer, is what the Pharisees are. Basically, they kept the law, so he was a lawyer. And that's like going to just name any top university and then multiply that by 10 in order to get in. It's this is the whole story of Paul and his conversion after, because he was the one that held the coats for the guys that stoned Stephen. And basically Stephen was the minister to the poor and the sick and the elderly for the disciples. And he was there, and he's the one, he basically participated in holding the coat. So he was just as culpable for the death of Stephen being stoned. And all Stephen was doing was giving the gospel from all the way from Genesis to that time when Jesus Christ, raised from the dead. And he was giving that whole thing. And the Pharisees They plugged their ears. They didn't want to hear it because they knew they were guilty, but they also didn't believe that Jesus Christ was the Messiah, even if he was there. And then on the way to Damascus, Paul gets kicked off his horse, ends up, I don't know how the blindness happened exactly. It says it was like scales. Maybe it was just a bunch of eye gook or something like that. Who knows? But then he ends up going to Damascus, meets with the guy he's supposed to meet. The scales fall off his eyes, and then he can see. And everybody was scared of this guy because they knew the power that he had to kill them. Because all he had to do, he was under edict to kill all these Christians going to Damascus, and it didn't happen. So I look at that conversion straight off the bat, that anybody can be converted, at any time. And generally, in an atheist, there are no atheists. I'm sorry to tell you, they believe in something, and if it's not God, they believe in something.
Wait. How do you define atheist then?
Atheist?
I agree that atheists believe in stuff.
Well, the name does not fit what it is. Okay, it's somebody who just denies. Okay, it's basically somebody who denies, the let's just go with the three Abrahamic religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Okay, they deny that there is a power like that, but they also have their own idols. They have, whether it be a scientist of somebody, maybe it's Darwin, maybe it's many of the guys that are going around now, and like Dawkins and other people. Maybe that's
Alex?
Yeah.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Go right ahead.
Richard Dawkins is what we call fair weather atheist.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know if you ever saw that interview with him and Stephen Weinberg, and both of them are.
He's also a
Dawkins
Christian
said
atheist.
something about somehow they got to talking about God, and Dawkins says, "You got to be concerned. We got to be concerned or something about God, right?" And then Weinberg agreed, and you should hear that conversation. They're both fair weather atheists. We tell everybody we're atheists, but then when the rubber meets the road, they're not. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If there's no such thing as an atheist, what's the difference between a fair weather atheist versus someone who claims to be an atheist?
That's a figure of speech. It came from the American Revolution. Fair weather soldiers, or fair weather patriots, I think. Or
I guess
whatever.
I'm asking, what do you mean by a fair weathered atheist?
Well,
they
it
stick
means
their finger in the air.
He claims to be an atheist until he's confronted with the thought of God, and then he's no longer an atheist. So it's a way to pretend to be something you're not. I think really, I don't think he's an atheist at all.
He believes in God until he's confronted with arguments or evidence for God.
No. What I'm saying is he pretends to be an atheist, but as soon as him and Weinberg start talking about God, they were no longer atheists. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
So
when you say he pretends to be an atheist, that implies that he's not actually an atheist even prior to the conversation.
That's exactly what I'm saying. He's not an atheist.
Not an atheist.
Not an atheist.
Because so since he's not an atheist, he must believe in God or gods, right?
I think I agree with. I think it was Alex that said there are no atheists. There's definitely no atheist in foxholes.
Well, what about Jesus? He said the fool has said it in his heart that there are no gods, or doesn't believe in God. I can't remember the exact quote.
Yeah, there
Jesus
is no
is
God.
recognized atheist.
No, let's just call them fools. Didn't call him an atheist. Atheist is a relative.
Well, he defined it. He said the fool has said in his heart there is no God, or whatever it was.
Right, and they're fools. They're not atheists.
Right, but that means that by definition that they are atheists because they don't believe in God, which makes them fools according to Jesus.
Well, you're using a term that's really new. I mean, you have the Anabaptists.
But it still applies to the definition Jesus was giving, though.
I know, but here's the thing: you're comparing, Greek and Aramaic language that isn't spoken with us, and we've changed a lot of the terminology. Put the A in front of it,
That's from Psalms.
What's the point in arguing with atheists if they're not actually atheists?
We're not arguing.
Or proselytizing.
We're trying to give you guys the gospel that Jesus Christ came and died for all the sins of the world, and that you can have eternal life if you believe in the Son of God and that He rose from the dead. It's so simple, yet they don't like it because they'll bring up, the slavery thing, which has been debunked a million times. It wasn't chattel slavery. Okay, it was basically for debt. That's why you could release them in the Jubilee year.
Well, I didn't bring up slavery, but yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying that's the most atheist things that they come out of the closet with. You know, when they run out of ammo.
But they're not really atheists.
And Gur, don't lie,
Yes.
buddy. I have heard you go on diatribes about slavery in the Bible.
Oh yeah, but I didn't bring it up here.
You
Oh,
didn't bring
no.
it up, but
No, you didn't bring it
don't
up,
act
but
like you
I'm
are not
telling
one
you,
who hasn't brought it up.
Oh yeah, I mean I bring it up all the time, but not this
I'm
conversation.
telling you the experiences that you have when you're trying to basically give the gospel to somebody who does not believe in God because, oh, why
If
is
they
there
don't believe
evil?
in God, then
But why
that
is
would be
there
an
evil?
atheist, would
If
it
God
not?
was such a great God and he can do the flood and he can create everything, how come he doesn't get rid of evil? Well, that's the whole end story.
You
Aren't
just use
you
people that don't believe in God as an example.
He uses people the way that they want to be used. Nebuchadnezzar is a great example of that.
Instead of the word atheist, would non-believer be a better term?
I mean, whatever you want, but atheist is
Because
just
you
not.
just used an example where you said people who don't believe in God, which I would identify as an atheist.
Well, any God.
It depends
Atheist
on
is
which
any
God
God.
you don't believe in.
Which is kind of funny. I forget the guy that was in the chat before. He was talking about how he worships Woden and all that stuff. He said, so you're not an atheist then? You're a pagan. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I think pagans, like by default, have to be theists of some sort.
Correct. And that's what atheist means. You just don't believe that there's any higher power other than human. Well, they believe in aliens, but if you can find me an alien, find me an alien with the almond eyes and all that fun stuff, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind and E.T. and all that stuff. That's another thing that really perturbs me about some of these arguments because they do mix fiction.
LPP has a slide up right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Talking about atheism versus theism. But according to y'all, atheism isn't even a thing. So he just wasted his time making the slide, did he not?
Well, it's what
going by your own logic.
It's like Atheist Junior. Why does he call himself Atheist Junior? Because he's trying to pronounce that he's against the biblical God. But he'll bring up Allah and all the other fun stuff as a refute to the God of the Bible, right? And the Bible's 66 books written by 40 authors over a period of 1,500 plus years.
Right.
And half of them didn't even know each other. Okay.
Right.
And they all are in one accord. That's the crazy thing. If you can get 3 people in a 4-year span that can write something and it all is in accordance and they didn't even know each other, that's pretty good.
But still, but what I said is like we have LPP with his slide, which is a good slide, might I add.
I'm not watching it. I've seen this. I've been to Stanford.
So here we have definitions of atheism, but according to some of you,
Stanford is a secular university.
It's not even like atheism isn't even a thing.
Do you know how Stanford got started, Gur?
No, I do not.
Okay, so there was a guy. I think he graduated from Harvard actually, and what he wanted to do was to have a wing or a building or something like that added on to Harvard in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And so basically they said no. So he came out to California and bought all that land and called it Stanford. I think his name was Stanford, actually.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, so he came out to the West Coast and bought all that land. And so it's basically supposed to be the Harvard of the West Coast, which, I'm not going to say it's not. Caltech is a bit more of a technical school.
At this point, Harvard and Stanford are both for nut jobs.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I could never be accepted into Stanford. Yeah, in this day and age, I would never be accepted into Stanford because they do have a question on what is your religion. Now, if I said Allah, Islam, I would be in. If I said I was a Baha'i, I'm in. If I said that I'm, a something, but if you're a Protestant or, they'll let Catholics in because, but if you're a Protestant, they will not let you in. It's just like, what? Maybe if you're a great sports star, but they're only using you for the money to get butts in the seats. So I lost my thought there.
Alicia has been very quiet for quite some time.
Can I just ask her one question?
See if
If it's okay with LPP,
yeah, just one question, LPP. Okay, what is the equation for absurdity in science?
I don't know. Probably like
10 to the 50th power. 10 with 50 zeros after it is absurd. Do you know what the equation for evolution happening is?
negative.
10 to the 200th power. 10 to the 200. And there's only been 10 to the 18 seconds in our whole universe going off the billions of years.
Well, my thing is, and this is something I don't know if I've said it in this stream, but I've said it elsewhere. When it comes to evolution versus creationism, it's really irrelevant to me for my atheism.
Oh,
because for example, if evolution was disproven tomorrow, like 100%, no doubt.
Well, there's too much money wrapped into it. You won't see that.
Well, I mean, for the sake of argument, it's still like I would probably maybe reflect a little bit more on the Bible, possibly, but I just don't see how that would logically entail that Christianity is true if evolution was false.
Well, I'll just let you know the academics, not that it's a plot and a ploy, it's just it's drifted this way. So how many books can you write, for a religion class, right? Versus how many entities come into the evolutionary field inside a university. You have all the sciences, okay? Then you have even the mathematical equations because you have to learn math in order to get into the sciences, right? Astronomy is involved. That's another science, right? Even economics is involved in evolution because now you have to calculate how you're going to work the mighty dollar. Even our dollar is translated into evolution, if you will, because everything evolves. Anyway, I digress. Done.
Hey, Alec, you got that from Chuck Missler, yeah?
What?
The
10 to the
10 to
18
the
seconds?
50th power.
No, I knew that way before. Me just posting that stuff, that's just stuff I understand. I don't 100% agree with Chuck Missler on certain things, which isn't, it's just minute. It's nothing that, is theological. Like, I'm not pre-trib at all.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I probably have the same kind of position as you. I agree with him on a lot of his, findings of hermeneutics and obviously his findings of like science.
Well, his background in information is just incredible. You
He's
can't.
a very smart guy.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he's way off the chart.
He's got a big brain.
And I'm sad that he died, but he still lives on with a lot of things. I met him face to face.
Yeah, so did I.
And it was fantastic.
Came to my hometown.
It was just awesome, man. I mean, it's like, my dad goes, "Hey, there's Chuck Missler over there." I said, "Whoa," because my dad used to have his little tapes sometimes on, his theological things that before they came onto YouTube. And those are all 9, 10, actually 15 years old. A lot of those things that you see on YouTube. At least. It was amazing. Melodyland was it was up in LA, or not technically LA, Brea, near Biola. And they had a lot of great preachers come in and things like that. And we would go up there every Wednesday night and sit around. And then one night Chuck Missler came into town because just forgot his name, late great Planet Earth guy, Hal Lindsey. Yeah, he was supposed to talk, but he let Chuck Missler talk. Anyway, yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't agree 100%, but what I do disagree on is so minute. It's not even has nothing to do with having faith or anything like that.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
He did an excellent series on the different versions of the scriptures as well, where he goes through all the different findings of like the history of all the different places scripture came from. It's really interesting. He has like a super open view to it, rather than, I know Kent is super like supportive of the King James and only the King James.
Right, but see, okay, let's put it this way. King James, if you learn that, then you can bounce it off all the other versions that are out there. Like, I would never give somebody the Living Bible straight off the bat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of that stuff right there is, a lot of the Westcott and Hort things, because they were actually commissioned by the Catholic Church because of the Protestant Bibles and all that stuff. So they kind of infiltrated into
hey, we have the new version. We found the new Greek, but what they use
Quick interruption. Did Alicia? I don't know how to pronounce their name. Have something.
Alyosha.
Alicia. Yes, because LPP was trying to give you the mic earlier.
That's true. Go ahead.
The first thing, Bible research tools. Were you around for Able Archer? You mentioned the Cold War. I don't know. Can you guys?
If you're talking. Not you, Alicia.
Dan, if you're so with he said he had to step away for a few minutes a little while ago.
No, the reason I came in.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Abel Archer. No, I'm not familiar with him.
Okay. All right. No, that was like back in the 80s.
That's when I was around. I've been around for a long time.
It was those war games. I think it was like 1984, where the Russians kind of freaked out and just about pushed the button. It got really close, and there was like the one general who said no, it's fine. Anyway, but no, the reason I came in, the issue of whale evolution. This is Richard Sternberg, who's not even an ID, I think he's like a Platonist or something. And 11 million years to do 50,000 changes on animals in small populations with long generation times, like 5 years. And how doesn't that completely break, outside of some sort of hopeful monster thing, what evolutionists are hoping for, or what they see in bacteria populations? I mean, it seems like everything's kind of couched in, we've got this huge population and short generation times, and we can just cycle through the slot machine and get what we want, arrival of the fittest, and have selection work on that. And when you start looking at mammals, which aren't in the same department at all as that large population, and they can't cycle through things that quickly, it seems absurd to, I don't know, it just, I didn't know if anybody had any thoughts on that. It just seems absurd, and it seems to break the entire apparatus.
It's a great point, and there's many instances of that in a variety. I mean, whales are just a gigantic one, right? Both figuratively and literally, in terms of the number of changes. It's one of the reasons that oh man, who's the mathematician? He's not a creationist, but he shipped away from Dembski. No, not William Dembski. No, the
Linux.
No,
this guy.
No, this guy is not a Christian or anything. He's a his name will come to me in a minute. Anyway,
Berlinski.
Say it again.
Berlinski.
It might be Berlinski.
The guy.
David.
He's a mathematician.
David Berlinski. Yeah.
Yeah, French.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, David Berlinski. That's him. He makes the point in one of his books about that was the thing that really got him when he sat down as a mathematician and looked into it and was just like, okay, yeah, whatever. I'm done with of course he went into more investigation after the fact, but that was one of the things that really got him when he was kind of presented with that problem, did the math, and it was just like, okay, well, this is stupid. Like, we're living in fantasy land, that this could actually be plausible.
Now, he understood that before we knew about the waiting time problem. He understood that a long time ago, but he worked with some of the top mathematicians in the world, and his roommate was a very, very brilliant mathematician over in France or wherever they were living at the time. He's dead now, but the waiting time problem was started to go after Michael Behe's calculations. Behe had calculated it might take like 1 billion years for a couple of coordinated mutations. And these evolutionists came along and said, no, it'll only take about 200 million. Oh, it's like, it reminds me of Carl Sagan. Some girl called in and a calling show he was on and said, when did you say she was frantic. She said, when did you say the sun would engulf the earth? And he said, about 10 billion years. She said, thank God, I thought you said 10 million. Well, that's about the way this was. So anyway, then Michael Lynch, who's probably one of the top population geneticists in the world and a devout evolutionist, he said, nah, both of them's wrong. Well, anyway, he did his own set of calculations and he came up with 25 million years for coordinated mutations for humans. Well, just using that, and of course now Behe said he did all the, he just did it the very simplest way he could and didn't put in any problems or, anything like that. So he did it like the best possible way he could figure out. And he still came up with 25 million years for one coordinated pair of mutations in humans. Now, how do we get from monkeys to humans?
As much as I hate
you can't, right? It just doesn't happen.
Right.
Well, the same thing with the whale evolution. They only have 10 million years to work to go from like a dog-like animal called a Pakicetus or whatever it is now, all the way up to a whale. I mean, they're just not even close to enough time to do that using evolution.
Yeah, and
from what we found with modern genetics.
Yeah, and on 5-year generational times, you divide that into the 11, and it's like this. You got to do 50,000.
No way.
You have to have mate pairs, and it's just like, what are you guys doing? It just doesn't. And you could do that with elephants. You could do that with. I mean, it's once you stop doing, bacteria level reproduction, it just seems to fall apart. And then the molecular shape space issue where, anyway, Tour covers all this, but it just seems like madness.
I think we were talking about this the other night about how Cornelius Hunter, who has a website, Darwin's God, and he has a book of the same name, and he's very smart. And he said evolution was never about science, it was about God. And he's absolutely right.
Yeah, I think that's handling cosmic daddy issues more than anything. It creates more problems than it solves. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, that's what Hutton, the guy who wrote the geological book, was saying. He said they wanted to erase Moses from the schools, or from actually the world, basically. So they wanted to, the laws of Moses was what they used to call the, preaching, things like that. And
that was Lyell, by the way.
Lyell, that's Lyell. Well, I would get those two mixed up. Yeah, you're right, Lyell. And then Aldous Huxley's grandfather was his bulldog, and so there were a lot of connected people in the universities and things. That got this pushed through because it opened up a new science thing. I mean, if you look at all the government grants that are given, and I asked, they never answered, how much did Lenski get for his 35-year study on the LEET with the E. coli, Escherichia coli? How much did he make?
Yeah, I would imagine that's good money.
Oh, he made millions.
If you read his papers from his team.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you say, holy cow. It's not that evolution doesn't happen. It's a disaster.
Well, so when I did my studies in the later 80s, they already knew 30 years before that E. coli could live off of citrate, but not very well. Okay, so the fitness thing comes up in those papers. And it's in E. coli. Everybody has E. coli in their gut. Okay, it's just a matter of fact. Is when they have an E. coli outbreak, it's generally somebody that defecated in some crop,
fertilizing with raw sewage, that sort of thing.
Exactly right. And so that's they have to pull it off the shelves because you don't need that. If you have too much, it's a problem. But a lot of people, once they understand they actually have it inside their body as a helping bacteria for your digestive system, similar to the appendix, which they thought was, one of these vestigial organs. Try and go through a life without a spleen. Try and go through life without a they just rip spleens out like nobody's business. My brother just had his ripped out. That was his problem. But the the appendix, if you can keep it, I'd keep it. If
that's supposed to be some sort of incubator or a kind of a catch-all.
Yes.
For bacteria.
Correct. And sometimes, if it gets and people that generally have their appendix removed end up getting diverticulitis and things like that.
That's what happened to me.
There you go.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting, the body. I mean, all the organs. And I got in an argument on one of my videos. I posted that Jordan Peterson video on the thing, and we got into this thing, and she was trying to tell me about the endocrine system. And I'm just like, she goes, the endocrine system is in your gonads, down in your genital area. I said, wait, is your pituitary in your gonads?
For some people.
Yeah, it is for some people. I said, you put your head up your ass. I mean, it's like,
I really like Jordan Peterson.
I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, we understand.
It's like Bart Simpson anatomy.
Right. And I'm just like, God, what are they teaching these people? Testosterone, estrogen, the all fun stuff. That's is produced, in the lower regions, if you will. But it also affects, your kidneys. You have your liver. You got your pancreas. That sends the insulin into your body so that you can digest the food and that the carbohydrates get into your body better and things like that. And it's just amazing how it didn't evolve. That's the thing. That's the amazing thing, how it didn't evolve, because you cannot have one without the other.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's a completed system. You need all of them at the same time.
Correct. That's why babies are born with everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem can't even be described. I mean, the proposition can't even be described.
No, it's 10 to the 200th power. You can't even get there. That's like, I'm not going to get into the space thing, but, they talk about this light travel and all this other stuff and things like that. And I really don't want to go to Mars. What the heck? I don't want to go to Mars. I just don't. I don't care if we go to Mars. I don't care if they put a flag on Mars. I really don't. It's not going to help the price of tea in China. It's definitely not going to help Bluey down in Australia. It's definitely
the fishing's not very good up there either. That's why I want to go there.
There's only 10 to the 78 atoms in the universe.
Exactly. There it is. Number one.
Yeah.
So 10 to the 200th power is actually impossible. Like, doesn't exist.
Yeah, 4 times impossibility. That's absurd.
Well,
4 times.
I believe the number, it's either 10 to the 130th, 10 to the 140th, forget which one, of total particle actions, accounting for a 13.7 billion universe. We're talking about atomic actions, right? Particle actions, sorry. That's the total available, right? For every single freaking particle. And then if you go back to, oh wait, but you guys only allow for a total of 5.54 billion years for Earth to exist. And then inside of that, you grant yourselves no more than 500 million years. So for the first life came to be. So you sure as hell don't have anywhere close to that total number of particle actions available.
Yeah, it's madness.
You don't have enough seconds available to have for all those actions taking place. Like, you do not have the probabilistic resources available to you for this to be remotely coherent and plausible.
That's what turned Fred Hoyle into sort of somewhat of a theist, you might say. He said he believed in it. Well, he wrote about the super intellect. He said, it appears, or it's a fact, really. He said that a super intellect has monkeyed with physics, chemistry, and biology. But he did some calculations on peptide bonds or something. And his calculations came out to like, man, you could never do this if you had enough, and all the time in the universe, ever been in the universe, you wouldn't have near enough time to do this for it to happen.
The recognized calculation for just the transcription factors is 1 in 10 to the 1018th power. That's not for everything. That's just for what is recognized to be necessary for DNA transcription to take place. Yeah. So, like, it's like, I mean, that's why I always crack up at the atheists when they act like we're somehow being, blinded by faith, complexity, God did it, God of the gap stuff. It's like, so yeah, there's not enough time in the history of the freaking universe per your timeline for this to be plausible. And I'm the one who is blinded by faith. I don't think so.
Right.
I mean, especially when you get into the, like I tell people all the time, go to iBiology and watch James. I forget the guy's name right now, but watch the lecture series from a secular professor who's been researching transcription and replication, like DNA replication and whatnot. And just watch his lecture on how his mind was blown at all the things they've discovered of like all the intricate parts that are necessary in order for this to take place, and how so many of them don't ever actually interact with each other. And there's like this time logic, and like, and ultimately you have to have this one and this one at this particular time and this particular time, otherwise the whole thing collapses. And he's like goes through this whole explanation, and it's like, okay, so at this point we're now up to like for humans, for example, there's over 100 different components that are necessary for something we take for granted. Like, oh yeah, well just transcription happens. It's like, yeah, cool. So we know if we don't have those parts, it doesn't happen. So somehow
who is
we have
the guy?
to get.
Oh, sorry.
It's I'll look him up. It's James. I think it's James. I'll see if I can find it real quick.
And Tour's whole breakdown of abiogenesis is just spin selectivity, and it's just you can tell he's exasperated when he tries to explain how bad it is for evolutionists it's just madness.
It's
they believe it just happens, Oh, well, somebody said, well, goes to this. They said, okay, well, that's done. They don't even think about the steps. You remember when Richard Dawkins made a statement about how Darwin gave the atheist the way avenue to be fulfilled or something? Well, I think we ought to rephrase that. Darwin gave the mathematically challenged an avenue to pretend like they're real scientists, and they all end up in evolutionary biology.
Stick figures.
These guys just believe all kind of magic things can happen. I mean, you can have 10 to 1,000 power to the 1,000th power, and it's well, there's still a chance. Just like
no, that video clip was awesome.
Yeah.
Dan, it's Stephen P. Bell from MIT.
Stephen, I look at him and write that down.
Bell, Bell.
Yep, and he's got I think it's a two-part, it's either a 2-part or 3-part series, I forget, but it's on the iBiology channel. And
on what channel?
So the letter I and then biology.
One word?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, great. I love stuff like that.
Yeah, so just Google him and like DNA replication, and it should come up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he goes into great detail on it. And SmackTab is being hilarious over here. So a typical enzyme with an abundant substrate collides with that substrate roughly 500,000 times per second. Nature is running trillions of tiny experiments in every drop of water every second. Okay. So obviously you're not understanding the point being made by exponents. Like the relevance of the exponents. So if the total number of chances for our planet is recognized to be 10 to the 50th, that's the total possible number of actions. And for something as simple as 150 amino acid polypeptide, you're looking at a 10 to the 164th. You don't have enough probabilistic resources available Like, so what you think is a huge number with like trillions of second, you're completely ignoring the improbability and how insane it is for these polypeptides to form. And then he goes on to say, that's just to put things into scale. The rate of interaction at that scale, you confuse complexity with difficulty. It's not difficult for nature to achieve these things. Actually, it is difficult. And it's really difficult for humans to even do it when we know what we're trying to do. So unless we're using pre-existing components from biological systems or extraordinarily complex machines that have a ridiculous amount of steps they have to follow, it's both complex and difficult. I don't know what world you're living in when you think that is not difficult to achieve. And
isn't molecular shape space 10 to the 79 or something in that department?
You talking about for like the functional proteins?
Yeah.
10 to the 77th, I believe, is the
okay. Yeah.
But that's just for that is for every to every one functional protein. It's like there's 10 to the 77th possibilities for every one that's functional.
Yeah. It's just madness. Anyway.
Yeah, the protein fold. I mean, it's nuts, man. And the way that people just are so brainwashed to think you can just dismiss this just showcases the level of brainwashing that's taking place, how successful it's been, and how people have been conditioned to not actually, for themselves, consider the plausibility of these things. And the scientists have figured it out. And it's like, no, they haven't. Go ahead, sorry.
The guy just put up about the probability of the water and the trillions and the difficulty. Well, where did the water and all these operations come from? So they never think about that. They just say, well, he just said nature, like nature just magically appeared. Well, it didn't just magically appear. Oh, well, it could have. I mean, if that's what they believe, but it magically appeared. But no, that's just just building these systems to make them work and do this trillions of operations and whatever that he just talked about. That's a pretty neat trick.
Well, what's interesting, I'm next week I'm planning on reviewing several different lectures on this topic, but when you look at assembly theory, it has now been a model has been developed and calculation have been developed for determining the complexity of molecules, and specifically at which level does their complexity necessitate preceding information that must be available to form machines that can actually accomplish those complexities. So, like, for example, the barrier is a level 15 in their model. This is, by the way, this is from Lee Cronin and Sarah Walker, not creationists or ID advocates by any stretch of imagination. In fact, Lee Cronin is categorically against it, right?
Yeah.
But they've recognized that this whole, all these chances will just magically make it happen is that's not actually plausible. So they've quantified it, right? And so for example purposes, so 15 is like, this cannot happen by chance. You must have pre-existing causation from an information perspective in order for this to take place, right? ATP is a level 21. So
that's crazy.
They started on ATP, bro. That's a fusion reaction. That's a complexity beyond all control. And what's funny, in physiology class, they go, it's a wasteful way of doing it, so it's not perfect. You're moving your finger and batting your eyes and you're talking, right? You just blew up freaking so much ATP, you have no idea. You just had a nuclear bomb go off. It's crazy. It's insane.
Well, most scientists these days that are not godly are theologians, not scientists. Darwin was a theologian. I have no science in his book. It's really amazing. I just can't believe that people don't really stop and think about these things. Just making something like an atom with the nuclear force and the laws of physics, gravity, are just so, and they're all simple formulas. Simple formulas. God didn't give us like some really complex blackboard full of stuff. All the really great laws of nature are very simple formulas.
Really well, Alec, you'd be familiar with how pi is hidden in Genesis 1.
Oh my gosh! Geez, don't get me into biblical codes, please. We're going to get lost. We're going to get lost.
Speaking of Genesis, how many of you guys think that Adam and Eve realizing they were naked changed the laws of physics?
Well, there's
not me.
In a marriage sort of way, or
Adam did get a bit stiff with the beam there, so
So Bluey, I don't know.
Physics right there, bro.
Bluey, were you around earlier for that?
No. What happened? I totally over my head.
So earlier, XO was being quite the character, and he kept insisting. He kept insisting that the laws of physics had changed, and that the Bible proved it, right? And then I'm like, okay, back up that claim. I'm not saying that they couldn't have changed. I'm just saying I want you to back up that claim with from
scripture.
From scripture, right? And he says Adam and Eve knew they were naked. And I'm like, hold on. So their realization that they were naked altered the laws of physics. How do you substantiate that position? And
that's reaching.
In all fairness, there is one passage. I don't remember exactly where it is. I think it's in Romans. But anyway, Paul says, talking about from the beginning till now, the whole creation groaneth and creaketh together or something. That's probably the King James version. I don't know what it says in another version. But the way he says it, it's like everything is in symbiosis and it got out of kilter. It's really the way I interpret it. And then Revelation says, behold, I make all things new. Well, I guess you can make new things from scratch, but you can also make whatever's there new. And I think, the Revelation 22, where it says there's a tree of life and the leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. So the nations are healed. And it's like a fairy tale ending. Everybody lives happily ever after. It's really amazing.
So LPP,
that's my interpretation.
I think what brings that up quite a bit, especially in debate stuff, is because you have the secular guys saying, hey, how can you have billions of years of light years, right? Because to observe the stars. So we've only got 6,000 years to work with. So then what's your position then on how light changed from creation to now?
Well, it really didn't change a lot, except all the species that were produced by the original kinds. And maybe there's some kinds that didn't work out so good. I don't know how all that, but the ones that didn't work out so good were destroyed. They went extinct in the flood. There's some pretty wild theories about why we had dinosaurs and stuff. Look at the T-Rex. It has to get up off the commode to reach a toilet paper holder. I mean, it's got these tiny, it just makes no sense. Well, there's some old intertestamental books that says the angels taught the mixing of the species, or the angels' sons, or anyway, man knew how to mix the species, which means they were corrupted. God said all flesh on the earth was corrupted, land, humans and animals. They're all corrupt. And the only thing he didn't mention were things in the sea. Well, how'd they get corrupt? How'd the animals get corrupt? I mean, they don't talk to the devil. So there's a lot going on that we don't know about, and we don't have all the Bible, obviously, because some books quoted in the Old Testament we don't have. But there is a lot more going on than we know. But all I do know is there's an awful lot of animals went extinct in the flood. A lot of now I assume they were like, cats and stuff. You know how big all the different types of cats. Well, before they flood, there must have been some of that going on too. A lot of it, and that's how we got so many animals went extinct, because God only brought 2 of each kind, and those kinds could have created a lot of offspring that weren't like them before the flood. But I believe He brought 2 of each kind that He created and weren't corrupted, and that's what we got now.
Yeah, I agree.
To your question, Bluey, I think well, multiple things. I think if you go and read, there's secular studies on variable speed of light.
Yeah.
So it's not just a.
Oh yeah, it's
deal.
not constant.
There's evidence that the speed of light has slowed down it's been measured over the last 150 years, and I think one of the ones that everyone wants to avoid is, does time apply to light pre wave function collapse, right? So everybody agrees that time wouldn't be applicable to light. Like everybody agrees about that, right? But then somehow from the time to go from A to B, somehow time does apply, right? But if light is actually still in the wave function until it collapses, then why would distance and time apply if it's neither? And we all agree that time wouldn't apply to it until after that anyway. So I think there's a lot of, and this is where the Copenhagen interpretation becomes so relevant, in my opinion. If the collapse does not happen until the observer sees it, right? Then my point I just made about time not being applicable is true. And then when you consider what we observe in the lab experimentation in regards to retrocausality and recreating the path after the observation takes place, then it's not that what we're observing isn't how long it would have taken to get from A to B if time was applicable. But if light is not subject to time, then that's irrelevant. But what we're observing is retrocausality in the pathway that it took. And I mean, I could be incorrect on that one, but to me, there's such a desperate attempt by cosmologists and astronomers to avoid the observer effect problem, right? They've got their modified Copenhagen interpretation, right? Well, the collapse happened when it interacts with a macro level molecule or macro level objects, right? And it's like, okay, well, you would have to apply that all the way back to the beginning if we're talking about wave function collapse, right? So if there were no macro level molecules at the beginning, then the wave functions couldn't have collapsed. So to me, in my opinion, that completely kills the modified Copenhagen interpretation, which brings you back to either the many worlds hypothesis or the observer problem. And you're left with which one's more plausible. And to me, if the conscious observer is necessary, then in order for wave functions to collapse, which we have experiments at the wazoo which prove this, everybody just wants to deny it and not admit that it's true. Because they're naturalists and it completely obliterates their entire worldview, right? I mean, if the conscious observer is necessary for wave functions to collapse, then materialism is bullshit. And let's just be honest. It falls on its face. And theism, it becomes the completely rational conclusion. I mean, it's just a fact. And people have talked about this heck, Schrodinger talked about this. They recognize this problem.
Yeah.
Way back then, and we spent the last 100 years, the atheists, astronomers and such have spent the last 80 years, and physicists have spent the last 80 years trying to convince themselves this is not true, even though the more experimentation they do proves that it is. And
people were smarter back then.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and ultimately, I say this in the context of the distant starlight problem. I'm like, there's all sorts of explanations, i.e., like wave function collapse, like would completely solve that problem. But they're not even considered. I'm talking from the secular perspective. They're not even considered as potential solutions. And so, to me, I'm not too worried about that. Whether or not the Earth is old or young, to me, is not really relevant in relation to whether or not it is the more plausible conclusion that God exists. I mean, it's like there's the fine-tuning problem, the code problem.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just the complexity problem. I mean, all this stuff. It's like whether I'm talking about the Christian side, we're arguing over old Earth, young Earth, like all this kind of stuff. Like I'm like, you know what? We could both be wrong, right? Like the world could actually be old due to time dilation or something. Yeah, there could be some crazy variable that we're unaware of. So it's like actually we're both young and we could be both young and old. Like there's all sorts of
true. Yeah,
it's all about frame of reference, right? At the end of the day.
Well, the thing is, we don't know anything about the Earth pre-flood. We know like some things, right? But we don't know anything about pre-fall. Like that's total guesswork.
Or stretching out the time-space continuum.
Yep.
Not the continuum, but stretching that out initially would probably do very weird things to.
Yeah.
And then again, that goes back to the observer problem.
I think redshift is a result or a residue, you might say. That's a good word, of God stretching out the heavens. Now, as the bubble expands, the things closer to us are not going to redshift as much as the ones farther away. So that's why it looks like the more distant objects are traveling faster. But he said like dozen times or more. I don't know how many times that he stretched
it doesn't
out the
really
heavens.
matter.
He must have meant it.
Hey, Doug. Sorry. Sorry of it. My mate's talking to someone on the phone. Just at the moment, so I'll have to wait.
How's it going, Jason?
What time is it in Australia?
It's only 4:15 in the Arvo.
In the morning?
No, in the Arvo.
Ah.
16 hours ahead of well, wait, you're on the east side, right? The west side.
Yeah.
Sydney?
No, I'm Brisbane.
Queensland, that's right.
By the way, for the layman, and don't want to get too heavy into things, there's on my channel, if you scroll down to the astronomy section, the very first playlist is called Heavens Declare, and it's 5 creationists, physicists, and astronomers talking about everything, from one video to the next, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, time dilation, everything you want to talk about, but in layman's terms. It's a very good introduction course, you might say, or survey course. But you got Danny Faulkner and DeYoung, I can't remember his first name, Jason Lyle, Spike Basaris, and who's the guy that does the magnetism stuff? Can't remember his name now, but anyway, 5 really good physicists and astronomers on there to explain the creationist understanding of our universe, in case you're interested. Don, I got to go. It's getting a little late, but thank you so much. I really enjoyed it.
As always, you're welcome. Appreciate you coming and sharing your knowledge with us. Hope you get some good sleep and continue to recover.
Yeah, it was
quickly.
good. It's going to be late there.
Excellent.
Not so bad here we're in Florida. No, not too bad. But good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Dan.
Good night, man.
Yeah. On the other topic, we haven't even gotten into how many dimensions that they're finding. I mean, we know 4, and then there's supposedly 10.
10.
I mean, what? So Jesus walking in through a bolted door?
Well, what cracks me up about from the Sky Daddy and the clouds argument from the atheists, right? Is so you're fine with, I mean, because originally string theory had 26 dimensions.
I was about to say string theory.
And then it was like 26, I think, originally. Now they're down to 9 or 10 now, right? But it's like, okay, so you're fine with that, but there potentially being an additional plane of existence that we can't currently perceive is Sky Daddy Fantasyland stuff.
Exactly.
Okay, so dark matter and dark energy, you're totally accept their existence.
Oh, here's the thing. dark matter is a freaking cope. Okay, you know when they say God particle, dark matter, they know the fields are not physical. I'm not sure if people seen my debate with T Jump.
I've seen part of it.
Okay, and boil down to
I can only take T Jump in like very short doses. He drives me.
He was actually worse than Doc Dawkins. He freaking kept muting me. They know that the fields aren't physical; they're not a quantity, even though that's how they put it in the freaking definition. But the C jump is just misunderstanding that. The field isn't physical, because the point of my question to T jump, like, give me a cup of field, was literally me asking, give me a physical quantity. If you're gonna say it's a physical quantity, then provide a physical quantity. But the physicists know they're not it's not a particle, it's not physical. So they're trying to come up with this virtual particle or God particle or dark matter, because this is a cope, because they don't want to acknowledge that our universe came from a quote unquote nothing. And it's all about it, because it's all fundamentally about avoiding God.
Well, I'd agree with that. I tell you the thing that really gets me that people don't really think about is the fact that light is massless. I mean, like, think about that for a second. It exists, and it can interact with energy and matter.
Yeah, like,
but it has what? Huh? And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but recently they actually were able to create matter from light. So if that doesn't trip you out a little bit, I don't know what will.
From energy. They created matter from energy. The energy that the atom created going around the super collider, that massive amount of energy was transformed into matter, whereas we know matter is energy. You just need the right amount of energy at the right time to create matter, because matter is energy.
That's the thing.
If you look at just quickly, just look at an atom. Break it down. If you break a human being down, right, take all the free space out of the atoms, and you've got a human being contained inside of a dust particle. If you take all the free space out of all the atoms on all the humans on Earth, they're contained in less than a sugar cube. So,
that's the thing. They can't define what a field is, and they can't define energy, because to define it is to hint at the supernatural.
Listen, bro, we live in a quantum foam, okay? And the quantum foam fields explain everything. And before the universe, there was quantum foam. Therefore, that explains how the universe came to existence. I know this, but I know this is true because T Jump told me it was. Okay,
it's just a foam. Was this like what kind of foam was this? Like party foam? Soap foam.
Well, no. In fairness, that is a concept that they put forth in cosmology now. There's the quantum foam and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder for something they can't actually describe. Like, this must be what was there, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you then take it to the extreme of like, no, quantum foam was there. I know that the quantum foam was there. Therefore, that's how the universe exists. If that is not faith, that's taking a gigantic leap of faith. If that is true. And it's like, if you want to hold that position, that's fine. But don't claim that me thinking that an intelligent agent preceded my existence and preceded the freaking quantum foam. Don't claim that I'm the one taking the greater leap of faith. I mean, it's like...
Quantum foam?
Who created your designer? Who created the quantum foam? I mean,
I love the foam, mate. Like the quantum foam. I mean, foaming at the mouth. I mean, you see the evolutionists are foaming at the mouth lately because they got nothing else better than quantum foam. Are you kidding me? Is this their best explanation?
Well, it is a placeholder because they don't want to say what it is. They know what it is.
Well, they went to a foam dance party and they came up with it there. That's all I can say. That was a big thing here in the States, that foam dancing stuff.
I think my favorite definition from them is like quantum fluid. You ever heard of that one?
What the? Oh, they like everything being fluid nowadays.
Yeah.
They'll just make up anything. It's as simple as that. Just make up anything that something doesn't fit, so they just make it up. Oh, there must be all these different. Do you notice how every single Hollywood show you watch, they always, like 90% of the time, they make out the Christian to be the radical nut job who's going to bring everyone undone, and
Yeah.
two,
Scale.
they make out the occultist who's into the occult and demons and stuff who's going to save the world, and the Christian nut job's just going to bring everyone undone. You know what I mean? And there's all these different multiverses. Do you notice
did you see that movie?
Single show you watch.
Multiverse of Madness. Did anyone
Where's
see
the evidence
Multiverse
for
of Madness?
multiverses? No, I haven't.
It is literally like I would never let my kids watch that movie. Actually, it's that messed up. So it's the new Doctor Strange movie. It's got necromancy, sorcery, wizardry, obviously. It's got possession, demonism. But it's insane how much stuff is in a supposed.
Oh yeah, man. That's the Marvel series, mate. Anything Marvel is just outright brainwashing. I watch movies now, like remember Birdman, back when we were kids. The cartoon. Birdman. I mean, mate, if he wasn't in his Mardi Gras outfit, right? I am a monkey's uncle. All right. Okay. No, I'm a snail's uncle, according to Standing for Truth.
Space Ghost was better. Way better.
Did you guys hear the joke, the Babylon Bee joke about the multiverse of madness? And it was, there's a billion universes, and Benedict Cumberbatch has to jump the shark in each one. Anyway.
I have not.
Yeah, we're being brainwashed so horrendously. It's not funny.
I haven't seen that one, but did you see the one they just did about liberals and guns?
Yes. And if you look closely on the table where Kyle's at, there's actually a Sennheiser 416 shotgun mic on a shotgun holder, and it's sitting there with all the armaments, and it was beautiful.
I just want to say, go Supreme Court of America, because George Soros said, and I saw this in an interview. I saw George Soros say this with his own mouth. They've wiped this off the internet. He said, the American, if we want to bring in the New World Order, the one world monetary system, he said, we need to bring the American middle classes down to lower than the serfs of old. Now, I saw him say that with his own mouth on television, on European television. I don't remember which country, but they've wiped it off YouTube since then, and he said that.
Yeah, be recorded.
So what do you think about that?
That's all right. We're feeling it.
But the Supreme Court has just got rid of the two-step approach. So now they have to look at it as tradition, mate. History and tradition. That's the way they have to. And California is absolutely crapping themselves. They're trying to defy the Supreme Court. And every time they defy them, the Supreme Court comes out and goes, boom, hits them with another whammy. And now, can you imagine this? They're like all this stuff that happened with this protesting outside judges' houses, Supreme Court judges, which is illegal, by the way, and they allowed them to do it. Right. And they're protesting out there and encouraging them to do it and commit violence and stuff like that. That violence, anyway, let's not get into that. But all this stuff that's gone on, do you think that's going to encourage the judges to go against this Second Amendment when they're sitting in their own homes going, whoa, we need guns and some bloody good ones, if we're going to defend ourselves? Look at the mobs outside our house. I mean, what if the sheriff's guards get overrun? What if,
That was actually
so, I mean, they're real geniuses, aren't they? I mean, let's go and protest outside the justices outside the Supreme Court. Don't make them really friendly towards gun control. Yeah, real smart move, idiots. Anyway, that's all I can say.
Jason, calm down, dude.
The leak came out, and that was kind of the running joke. It was like, no, guys, you don't want to try to kill these people because they've yet to rule on the 2A thing, and lo and behold.
Oh, mate, the California and New York and all them, they're scrambling, mate. They're in big trouble.
To be honest with you, they've already taken away the First Amendment. You can't have Bible in school.
Free speech.
Can't do this. Can't do that. Can't say certain words in certain places. You'll get fired.
No more freedom of speech. It's gone. That's right.
Yeah. And number
we
two.
don't even have a freaking constitution,
So
dude.
I mean, God, I don't know why he didn't publish that damn book. It's called "And Then There Were None." It's basically about how each of our 10 amendments were set up first, and then how automatically the liberals at that time wanted to get rid of them. Like Horace Mann, worst guy to ever set up our school districts at all. He's the guy who brought in the public school system along with the public libraries with what the heck's that guy's name? The British guy.
Dewey.
Well, no, the British guy, Rhodes, Cecil Rhodes, who never graduated high school, somehow got locked up with De Beers. He crushed 2 African tribes all by himself down there because of the diamond mines. And this guy's given a Rhodes Scholarship to a school he never even stepped foot in, Oxford. Are you freaking kidding me? So these connected people, they have all the little, it's just like the, mafia, if you will. Only they had it way before. There's so many intertwines in that. But Cecil Rhodes donated a ton of money to set up these public libraries, which was not a bad thing.
He's talking.
Okay, hang on 1 second. We have a dumbass in the side chat.
Oh yeah, don't we all? Yeah.
So James Wolfe, separation of religion and government is in the Constitution, fellas. So separation, you're assuming you're referring to separation church and state.
He's an idiot.
That is not in the Constitution.
He's an idiot.
That's
it was
not
a
the
letter written from Thomas Jefferson to a friend who was, in the Congress. It had nothing to do, and you've been brainwashed, Mr. James Wolfe. You have no idea what the freaking whole thing is. It was a letter sent from Thomas Jefferson. It was never supposed to be put in there because all you got to do is read the Federalist Papers, which I doubt you've even read page 1 of the Federalist Papers.
Most of the states originally in the colonies had a state church that was funded by taxpayers, like the same way England was.
Well, yes. Pennsylvania's the Quakers.
Up until 1833, I believe, was the last one.
Yeah.
And
they're set up like the mafia.
But there was plenty of, correct, you were absolutely correct. And the whole point was that you were not allowed the federal government to reinstitute what so many of them had left England to escape. And that was the Church of England and the instantiation as the king, as the head thereof, both of the state and of the church.
Right.
Yes. Like this is clearly delineated as to what was going on and what the point was. And you guys were saying there was state churches well after, for almost 50 years post the ratification of the Constitution of the United States. So if it's somehow in the Constitution, that's just magic. And somehow like it wasn't addressed. Like, I think not.
The backstory is everything on that. And the same thing with 2A, because, Cromwell basically instantiated the right to resistance against the state, and them putting the 2A thing into the Constitution was just an iteration on the English Civil War. And anyway, the backstory is everything.
Well, the other part is in the Constitution has a 3/5 law. That had nothing to do with slavery at all. It was just that there were 4 states that were hanging out, and they had major slave states: Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina.
Yeah, they had to cut a deal.
And they had to cut a deal. And so they said, you cannot count any of your slaves as population because they are your slaves. So, Boone's Plantation had 4,000 freaking slaves on it. So if they were to vote, they would overrun the North, right, on all the votes. So they put in the 3/5 clause that did not mean that they're 3/5 of a human. It meant that they could only count 3/5 of the vote for those 4 states. So anybody that wants to go against me on freaking constitutional law, come at me, babe.
Well, there's 3/5 of the population in relation to the representation in the House.
Right, because they would have overran them and overrun the House by voting in all these, because it's done by 30,000 or whatever it is. Population gets one congressman. So if you looked at a state, if they counted all their slaves, they could have got 5 freaking congressmen in Georgia.
I'd like to make the reason I came back in. I just got ready to go to bed, but I had to get in on this conversation. The first act of Congress, or one of the first, I think it was the very first act of Congress, was to appoint chaplains paying out of the government's salary, Christian chaplains, out of the government treasury, one for the House and one for the Senate. Now, one I think was a Methodist maybe, and the other Presbyterian. I really don't remember. They were different denominations. Now, if one would think that the Congress would be a little smarter than that if there was such a thing as separation of church and state.
Yeah, it wouldn't have made any sense to them to even say that at that time.
Listen, until the ACLU got in cahoots with this corrupt judge back in the late 40s or early 50s, whenever it was, there wasn't the slightest suspicion in America that there was a separation in church and state. There wasn't the slightest suspicion.
SCOTUS has been leaning left for 50 years, and then all of a sudden it's starting to lean right, and they're saying it's broken and it needs to be fixed. I mean...
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
The Supreme Court of America has been leaning left for the past 50 years, and all of a sudden it's starting to lean right.
Yeah, and
now they're saying it's broken and needs to be fixed. We need to stack judges and put more judges on the court. You know, blah blah blah. You know, all the different garbage.
Listen, I got to go again. I got to get to bed, but I just wanted to jump in on that. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, it's got to be like 1:30 there.
Good night. God bless.
Right at it. Yes, it's a little past it. Yes, it's past my bedtime. I'm just a little boy, you know. I got
to. As we all are.
See you guys later. Thanks.
See you again. All right. So James Wolfe, I keep calling you out on stuff, and then you never actually address the things. I've both responded to you in chat. You never respond to me, and then you make all these comments. I respond to you via voice. You never respond. So I just looked it up again. I was correct. Massachusetts did not abandon its state support for congregationalism until 1833. So yeah.
And there's that.
So
yeah,
just saying. You're an ignorant, brainwashed fool who doesn't actually. Well, I'm not going to be mean. It's amazing to me.
Could someone do me a favor and refresh me on this? America is not a democracy, and this is the thing that annoys me the most. It's not a democracy; it's a constitutional republic.
Yes.
And the reason why it's a constitutional republic is because of the college system. Could you guys please give all the dumb liberals out there? I used to know this off by heart, and I used to run through it, but I haven't done it in so long I've forgotten. A rundown of how the college system works and why it gives smaller states with lower populations a bigger say and blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's not even that. It's not a constitution. It was a constitutional republic. It's no longer that. It's an oligarchy.
Well, I'm just talking about what the college means.
You're talking about the electoral college. So we're technically you can classify as either a constitutional republic or a democratic republic. They're the two. They're supposed to be relatively synonymous. The electoral college was put in place for a variety of reasons, but it was on one front to create or to mitigate the ability of high population states to be.
That's right. Otherwise, New York and LA would rule every election for all time into infinity.
Pretty much.
Correct. And that's why there is the popular vote movement that's being pushed in a variety of states, which they're trying to circumvent the Constitution by passing a law that their electoral vote will go to whichever candidate gets the majority popular vote for the entire country. So they're trying to circumvent the electoral college and that whole point and make us turn us into a pure democracy rather than.
And the most untold cruelty can be done to the majority in a democracy. And that is why, I can't remember who said that, but that is why that they decided to go with the Electoral College and the constitutional. You know what I'm saying, anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like Tocqueville.
Yeah,
but look at our shithouse system, Jason.
Well, that's the point. They want to trick people into this quote unquote democracy, but it's not really a democracy. It's just a way to trick the masses into getting like consent from the masses. Like, oh, you voted.
At the moment, it is. But I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you, the American population is armed. There's 26 million military-aged men, white, and now it's politically incorrect to say white military-aged Christian males in America. They have most of the 400 million guns and most of the 1.5 trillion rounds. Now, there's a Red Room report from the government that says this: if 6.5 million people attack the government with just batons and pitchforks, they could overthrow the government. That's coming from the government themselves. Now, they've buried that Red Room report.
No, that's BS, dude. That's BS.
Listen,
I mean, look what happened.
Listen, hang on, Bubblegum. Listen, you live in California, bro. So your assessment of this doesn't.
I have a gun.
Well,
Don't ask me.
Let me tell you something about California, though. Let me tell you something what they're doing. So they obviously want to get rid of guns and make
California has the highest gun control in the United States, and also the highest public shooting.
Yeah, they want to raise the age from 18 to 21. Do you know how much military is in the state of California between Marines and Navy and freaking, oh my gosh, and Army and all that? And so you go in after high school, you go into the military because you want to get your grant and all that fun stuff. So you do your 2.5 years and you get out and you're still not 21. Yet you've been using rounds. You've been sent to wherever they sent you to freaking take care of whatever happens. And then you come back and you got to surrender your freaking firearm, and you can't even own a firearm until you're age 21 after you've just, became a Navy SEAL or whatever the heck you've done. This is insane. This place is so freaking insane. That's why I'm running for city council here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, they use kids because they know they're dumb, and when you're out of high school, you're in desperate need for money. Heck, I would kill you.
Are you a lib or what, dude? Because look, I know my whole family, other than me, because of my diabetes, could not be in the military. We're all Navy, bro. All Navy. My great grandfather fought in 3 world wars. If you want to consider the war against Russia that they call the Korean War somehow. And the Chinese and the Russians.
Could I just correct something quickly, please? Yeah. I said that Doug's grandfather was in First World War and Second World War in Vietnam. I got that really wrong. Yeah. He was in the First World War, and then he signed up for the Second World War. He fought in the Second World War, and then he was taken on as a trainer, and he built churches and everything. It's on, where is it, Doug? On the
it's on Fairfield.
Fairfield RSL. Fairfield RSL's website. Look up.
Nice.
Herbert Woolner. Oscar Herbert Woolner.
No, Herbert Oscar Woolner.
Herbert Oscar Woolner, and Woolner's spelt WOELLNER.
All right.
Herbert Oscar Woolner. Have a look. This guy went to the First World War, got shot shitless. He got shot to pieces. And then after that, he come back, and then he signed up again, and he went to the Second World War, got shot again, and then he got back, and he still wanted to sign up and go back, but they took him on as a trainer, and he built a church and multiple houses and stuff before he died. And then all his love letters to his missus and stuff are there, on the website during the Second and Third World War. Yeah, I made it First and Second World War. Sorry.
But to Bubblegum's freaking ignorant little toss about how these kids are not smart. Look, they've dumbed them down.
No, they're being used.
Dumbed them down. They've dumbed them down. It has nothing to do with abuse. All right, it has to do with the workforce, especially in our area where they took away all the aerospace here in Southern California. It's all gone.
No, when you're coming out of high school, you don't have any skills. You don't have that much opportunity. So the best thing is to go to the military, because that way you can secure a home, college, and education, stuff like that.
And
this is why they go. They specifically target high schoolers because they know they're dumb and young. And once they're done with them, and if they die in war,
Well, they're not going to target
you don't have to pay
50-year-olds,
them.
are they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not gonna, and they're also not going to target 30-year-olds or 25-year-olds.
Yeah,
That's the thing. They should target
uncle,
25-year-olds. They shouldn't be targeting kids.
Yeah,
They're targeting.
when my uncle's number came up when he was an outfielder for Long Beach State, he's an ambidextrous, throw both with his left and his right hands the same, and he was going to go to the minors, and his number came up. His dad, my grandfather, went down to the freaking sign up and said, "Hey, if you're taking my son, you're taking me." And at that time, he was 65 freaking years old. And he said, "Look, you aren't going to mess with me." He could have been a captain of the ship, but he was a freaking brawler. And he told him, "Look," and when my uncle came back, he was a freaking heroin addict mess from Vietnam. He was never the same, never repaired himself, ended up hanging himself in the fucking closet.
Yeah, Doug will know about that one.
Yeah. It's insane, dude. That was not a war. That was a total political freaking. Now we're overrun. I hate to say it. We're overrun by these people here in Southern California. They're buying houses with cash, and they still got their prostitution rings or gambling rings. They got everybody up in the city council and the mayor and all that, allowing it to happen, and they're not being taxed on any of it. It's all free money. So they buy houses with cash, and they run the freaking place around with the little stupid ass Teslas, and they can't even drive. It's sorry. It's really sad.
Are you saying we have Walmart
boys.
problems?
Okay, on that note, gentlemen, we're gonna do last round and go to bed. It's
Last
1:45.
round.
I plan on actually being able to
You
be
always get in the end of it.
remotely energetic tomorrow on the 4th of July. So my ass is going to bed. So let's do a round of last words and call it a night.
LPP, you're on the East Coast?
Central time.
Central? Yeah, it's late there.
Yeah, it's 1:45 for me. I'm done.
The only thing I just want to tell you, Aussies, even the liberals over here are strapped. So
they're starting to be.
Yeah, I call
It's pretty bad
Australia
in
the United Communist Governments of Australia, and it's true. It's what they are.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing on COVID over there? Did that just piss everybody off or what?
It's a lot of things, not just that. The West Australian government actually passed a law. Now get this, that absolves them of all crimes, all public servants of all crimes into the past and all crimes into the future. So, and it's retrospective, and so a public servant in under these new laws in Western Australia, in WA, can just walk up to you and shoot you dead, and conceivably just get off.
Oh, bullshit.
And they've passed those laws. No, really. No, they also passed a law. Now get this, they're passing a law in Tasmania at the moment that stops now if a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old wants to become a little girl and he's a little boy, like a transgender, wants to change their sex, the Tasmanian government is passing a law that if the parents talk to that child about the biblical view of gender, that they can go to prison and be fined. And in Victoria, the Victorian government passed a law that if you try to talk to a transgender person and convince them otherwise, you'll go to prison for 10 years and get $10,000 fine. But if they try to convince you to be transgender, that's fine.
Okay, so we're going to stop talking about this subject. So I'm not getting my channel banned. And it's last words. Okay, last words, and I'm calling a night. So anybody have last words, or I can just end the stream.
Oh, good to talk
by
to
the way,
everybody.
you would get your channel banned if it was untrue what I said. Everything I said is true, and it's on government record, and it's
Jason,
in government
that means
law.
nothing. That means nothing in the era in which
I
we live.
understand.
Okay, the
I
truth.
understand.
The
But-
truth is what gets you banned at this point. I mean, people speak the truth, and they.
It
and
is
they get
true.
fucked up. So
This particular thing, no, it won't.
the truth is no longer the ultimate defense in the modern world. We live in a world of freaking madness.
Newspeak.
where
That's
up
why
and
you
down,
document it
nothing's-
and you sue them for it.
Okay, Jason,
You
we're done.
Go see a lawyer.
Jason,
Go see a
we're
lawyer
done.
and ask them how to document it.
Jason,
Jason, just for clarification, you're not a dog bludger, yeah?
Oh, excuse me, mate. Mate, we know a lot about YouTube and their censorship and the stuff that's been going on. So I'm not a dole bludger, am I? What's that got to do with the fact that what I know about YouTube and their censorship and what they're doing at the moment?
There's nothing to do
And
with
what the
that.
whole world.
Nothing to do with that. It was just sort
What's
of Just
But I
the way
don't
you talk.
understand. I don't understand. You think like because I'm a doll bludger that I must not know what I'm talking about. What don't I know? What is it that I don't know what I'm talking about? Tell me. What am I wrong about?
What's a doll podger?
It's someone from welfare.
You just have a lot of facts. You have a lot of facts.
There's some inside baseball going on here.
Mate, I have a lot of docs. I have tens of thousands of pages in docs. I have all sorts of things. Facts that will blow your mind. Yeah, I sit down and write and get,
You get a lot of spare time.
Okay, all right, we're going to bed. That's it. Everybody,
Good night,
everyone do
LPP.
last words. I'm calling
LPP,
it.
thanks for doing your channel, man.
Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate you guys joining. Okay, so in that light, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for everybody on the panel who joined throughout the night. We got to give even Germania a shout out for being an atheist and coming into the madness. And I hope everybody has a fantastic 4th of July tomorrow, who's going to be here in the States celebrating. Enjoy what we get this year, because we may not get another one. You never know, because heck, I mean, 2020 and 2021, they didn't want to let us celebrate it. Now we're in 2022, and who knows if we'll get to...
We will be able to afford hot dogs next year.
Ah, man, will the hot dogs even exist next year?
Yeah.
Will they be
produced? Eat your bugs, LPP.
Hey, Chestnut's gonna take the Coney Island. He's gonna take it.
Hot dogs
76.
Hey, mealworm hot dogs are going to be all the rage next year, man. It's going to be like, oh, you want a burger? How about a maggot burger?
Yeah, maggot burger.
That's what's happening, man. We're
Burger
on the
King.
beeline.
Burger King maggot burger. Fresh with some rotten cheese. Yeah.
Oh, by
it's
the way,
healthy for you though.
Sidebar before I call it night. I just found this out yesterday, and it really kind of like made me want to puke. So I'm gonna tell you guys are gonna have to deal with it. You know, all this like cultivated meat shit that they're trying to push and make it okay. Do you know how they do that? How they grow that crap in the lab? Like what they have to do prior to that?
Gross.
For those of you who don't know, you're glad to know. If you don't want to hear it, earmuffs, old school style. They literally take a pregnant cow, cut open the uterus, and take stem cells from the calf that's inside the pregnant cow. They use those cells to grow this artificially cultivated meat.
Oh man.
I'm just like
to make you a vegan.
This is Brave New World meets frickin' 1984, bro. Here we are.
Yeah.
This is it.
I mean, it's so disgusting.
That's just wrong.
When I heard
It's
that,
Soylent Green.
When I learned about that yesterday,
is that why Bill Gates is buying up all your land?
I mean, who knows?
Well, Bill Gates. Wait, time out. Bill Gates is not the real Bill Gates. Just let you know, it's not. But hey, you believe what you want. Believe what you want.
Someone's buying all your land.
Absolutely. Well, and we just sold I forget the exact acreage, but it's a gigantic chunk of. We just sold a chunk of land to China and farmland.
Oh, welcome to Australia.
Well, yeah, you guys have been taking over. You guys have already been
sold.
conquered by China, unfortunately. I hate to say it, but you guys are conquered.
We have. It's true.
I mean, because and by the way, the other thing that really made me depressed, there was a report out that the United States doesn't have more than 2 weeks of freaking artillery shells in real.
Oh yeah, we sent them to the Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, so we could not.
I haven't heard a thing about Ukraine. That's been very.
My name is Brandon. Go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. There's gonna be so many shirts that say "Let's go, Brandon" tomorrow. It's gonna be epic. I may be wearing one. I may not. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. The other one I'm thinking about is, which I bought recently, which is I'm not wearing a mask because I have a medical condition, and that's what it says on it. And I'm really wanting people to ask me about it and be like, "Oh, I'm sane." I'm no. Well, people are starting to wear them again. It's really getting annoying. And
while driving.
Oh yeah, it's popping up all over the place here. And
we have to have the color revolution before the election.
So I really want to trigger some people. And I mean, I live in Nashville, and there's a bunch of yuppies here. Okay, a bunch of Californians, left here, New Yorkers, all that stuff came to Nashville, right? Because they wanted to escape the freaking madness of the liberal cities they lived in, right? And they've come here and they're still being liberal idiots. And like, it's amazing to me. Like people that are like super duper, like super healthy are starting to wear masks again. I'm like, you're young, clearly you're wearing this while you're exercising at the gym. Okay. Like it gets me, but anyway, so long story short, that's why I'm thinking about wearing my shirt, is I really want to trigger some people and get them to ask me, because the way the shirt's worded, right, it could be like a legitimate, like, hey, don't question me because it's legitimate. And if they come in from that perspective, like, oh, are you okay? I'll be like, yeah, I'm sane. And that's what I'm planning on going with. And then obviously on the flip side, if people ask me about it, okay, what's up with the shirt, bro? And then on my side, I'd be like, I'm sane. And of course, those people are going to crack up too and be like, I love it. That's great, man. I agree with you completely. Me too. So I think it's like a double potential. Really cool. Both sides will be I'll get entertainment out of triggering the one side, and then on the flip side, we'll have that little connection moment, right? Of like, yeah, I got you, bro. I got you, kind of thing. So
that's beautiful.
That's what I'm hoping for. But I am getting depressed though. I really feel like this may be our last, not necessarily the last one ever, but we're just, I feel, I don't know what you guys think, but to me, it feels like the Democrats are lining everything up to try and prevent us from actually having a real midterm election.
Oh, I told you about those calculations I put together. 2024, bro. Just saying, election year, everything's supposed to happen. You got the 2024 law here in California. Yeah. You got all this other stuff. I did it with the Hebrew calendar, speed of light, Planck time, everything. Broke it down to what the Hebrew calendar has is 5,768 years or something like that. And it's just they're going to press the button really soon, because they have to squash the remaining states like Texas, parts of Tennessee, southern Georgia, Florida. They got to get rid of them. It's just the unfortunate thing they do.
I mean, to me, when you hear them, like the words that they say, in like, they're not even hiding the fact that they're lining up for all this. And I mean, at this point, Texas needs to cede from the freaking union, man. It's done.
It's Texas. California and Texas are the only states that can do that, because they're constitutional states. And
it's just, you're talking about preceding republics, you mean?
Correct.
They just need to do it, man. Texas needs to be like, see ya, holla. I mean, you're a danger to the citizens of Texas, i.e. federal government. And it's just, I mean, I don't even know at this point. They're not even hiding the fact that they're trying to do this, and there's so many rhinos on board now too. I mean, they're not even hiding their own rhino status anymore. Freaking Lindsey Graham, that snake, I hate that little punk.
He's a cross dresser. He dresses up like his mom.
McCarthy, Meadows, all of them.
Murkowski.
Susan Collins, Murkowski, all of them, man. Like, it's like, just switch parties already. Stop lying. I mean, just don't even hide it anymore, because you're not hiding it. It's not like you're hiding your positions. So just shift. Like, I'd have more respect for you if you would just do that. And then we got freaking AOC. I mean, that woman is insane. That woman is dumb. She is straight up dumb.
I can't believe AOC gets a platform.
And like the girlfriend that's going to poison your dog.
She literally had an audition to get her position. I mean, have y'all seen the AOC audition video?
No.
Oh yeah, she auditioned for Congress. Literally.
Yes.
A political action committee did this whole like job post basically, and it was like, send in an audition video as to why you should be a member of Congress, right? And she did. She was selected of all the people that did the thing, and then they paid for her entire campaign. She's literally an auditioned politician.
Yeah, it's been going on like that, generally in nepotistic ways, but I don't even know if that's a word, but nepotism. But now they're just going to get the flavor of the month. Just like, look at all the TikTok stuff, man. It's insane. I don't even have TikTok. I do Instagram, Facebook. That's it. I got banned from Twitter. I can't even get on Twitter. I mean, this is the third year, 2019. I got banned on Twitter. They wouldn't let me back because I posted all the pedophiles in Congress.
Oh, that must have been a long list.
It was a long list. You got 435 of them. It was 289.
Shit.
Yeah.
It's another
Oh,
Babylon
yeah.
Bee joke about R. Kelly getting released from prison because he claimed he was just one of
I saw that.
Epstein's clients.
That was just the bottom of the iceberg, man. Epstein, he got his money elsewhere. It's kind of like the what was the guy Madoff? It's kind of like that little pyramid scheme going on. He was just a fall guy. Epstein. Was that Ghislaine or whatever her name is? Is that right?
Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a whole different number. Did you hear how they took her out? You know, how they got through the security and all that? They brought in the black ops. Oh, yeah, they brought in the black ops, and they were down before they even freaking got to her, and she was hiding under the bed or in some closet or something like that when they got there. And they picked her up, and I don't know what's going on with it. She was supposed to have her trial and all this stuff. I'm waiting for it because, yeah, she's the one. She was the groomer. She was the one that, well, if you ever got a chance to see it on the black web, it's gone. The whole Hillary and what's her face taking that girl's face off. Yeah, Hillary Clinton and the what was that girl's name? The Arabic girl. Was Wiener's the laptop thing. Yeah, God, Uma Abedin. Okay. Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton get this 13, 14-year-old girl into a room and they film this stuff. And it is not pretty, dude. I can't get it out of my head now once I saw it, and I almost threw up, dude. They ripped her face off while she was alive to get to get the adrenochrome.
Good Lord.
Yeah, because it goes back to the frightening of the children. They're easily frightened, right? But as they get older, you have to torture them. And so that's what they did to this poor girl. They tortured her till the adrenochrome could. It has to be at the height of fear, and it's the blood that comes outside of your goes up into your brain, and yep, that's where the adrenochrome's made, from the back of your brain.
So that's strange because that's what the demons do. They try to.
There you go. There you go. Now you know. Well, Bubblegum, do you know anything about the Eastern arts? You ever studied
Eastern arts? I'm not quitting with that.
Yeah, that's a lot of that bloodletting and stuff like that, and they do it, even to their own children. It's sick.
Oh, the circumcision and stuff like that. I'm guessing. Yeah,
a lot. Well, not just circumcision. It's a lot of other stuff like taking off the nipples of the children.
Oh yeah,
it's just sick. And they let it happen. They let it go. These people know because they're all in the same club. Don't tell me they don't go out and have drinks and say, ha ha ha, let's go get. Guy was on the little private sector of Lake Havasu, and this guy was all like, he was invited by a friend, and he did meet Bill Gates on there, and he had a strange conversation because he said, man, this is really weird. I just don't feel right, type of thing. And so he said, Bill Gates said to him, he said, you need to get a 14-year-old girl.
All right, so we're gonna stop talking about this too. We're gonna definitely go to bed. Okay, so thanks so much, guys, everybody, for joining us. People in the audience for hanging out so long. Many thanks to Doki Doki for. I just have to say I'm thankful for Doki Doki's super sticker addiction. It is very generous, very much appreciated. Thank you much. And anyway, folks,
thanks again, LPP.
Oh, you're welcome. As you enjoy your 4th of July and other days as we go forward, make sure that as you think about all the things that are discussed here, things you read, and as you analyze the madness that is the world, make sure that the conclusion you reach is logical, plausible, and probable. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.